Chapter 1177 Fate Puppet. Mo Zun looked at Wang Wei, the hatred in his eyes almost palpable. If his eyes could kill, he would have eradicated this scorn from his life. No, he would do even worse things to him if he had the power. Sadly, his gaze was that of a sore loser, and even if he did not want to admit it, it was true. Are you trying to humiliate me? As always, you overestimate yourself, Wang Wei said. Do you think I have ever treated you as an opponent? Wang Wei shook his head in disappointment. You had all this time to ascend and leave the lower dimension as swiftly as possible, but you didn't. Why? The answer is obvious, you held on to hope. You hope that something will happen to me or I will suffer great damage in my battle with the Abyss Gap. And even if that didn't work, you hoped to hide long enough until I ascended. Then, the lower dimension would become yours to do as you please. Without me on your way, you can finally win. Wang Wei looked at him with pity. Do you think someone who has to rely on luck and hope can be my opponent? This is what I mean by you're too arrogant and greedy. Wang Wei sighed, what a waste. It would have been better had Mo Xingyan taken over your power instead. Although she's as greedy as you, she's way smarter as she knows when to retreat and does not have that pointless pride. What do you want? Mo Zun asked with gritted teeth. He had never felt so humiliated despite suffering countless failures since he proved the Tao. However, he controlled himself. As long as he was alive, there was hope, meaning he wouldn't give up until the very last minute. Nothing, really, Wang Wei replied casually. I'll take what I want from you, I don't need your consent. I just wanted to put you in your place. What are you going to do with me? Mo Zun. An interesting fact about me is I've never made a puppet, at least, not a genuine one with my Tao. It's odd since my physique was literally called the Fate Puppeteer physique. You wouldn't. Be glad that you will be my first Fate puppet. Don't do this, Mo Zun said swiftly. Kill me, but don't humiliate me like this. He would rather die than be a puppet, so while saying these words, he tried everything possible to blow his soul. Sadly, he was completely sealed. Don't worry, it won't be painful or humiliating since it'll give you a new set of memories and personality, Wang Wei declared in a calm tone. His mummified body made his indifference even more terrifying. A projection of the river of fate materialized in the room before strings rushed into Mo Zun's soul. No, stop it. Wait, I know a secret that may help you. No, you don't. I do. It's a secret realm. Alright, don't be so pathetic and accept your fate, Wang Wei said. With your luck and destiny, any secret realm you've encountered before dying will be useless to me. One of the strings of fate sealed Mo Zun's speaking ability. Then, even more strings combined together to form a new body for him, truly reviving him. The strings then weaved new memories and personality for Mo Zun. For the last step, Wang Wei targeted the latter's Tao imprint, leaving his true will on it to wipe out the mark at the right moment. What an excellent work, Wang Wei thought, as this technique was the highest form of enslavement technique since it even affected the heaven-devouring emperor's existence. Additionally, using the river of fate as a conduit meant that if someone of higher cultivation tried to revert the process, the river would give Wang Wei a slight opportunity to eradicate the puppet. From now on, you don't have a name but an identity, the first General Hell Lord or the Hell Court. Your mission is to gather the backlash or misfortune of the Heavenly Emperor era and ensure it lasts as long as possible. Once the Hell Court is fully established and you have full control of it, choose a successor, fake your death, and use a secret identity to secretly control the court. On the surface, your job will be to assist the Hell Lord in overthrowing my era, but your true objective is to ensure these people never succeed. Your mission will continue until the day your identity is discovered. On that day, your task will be to do as much damage to the Hell Court as possible before dying and send a warning message to the Tao opening sect. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the first-generation Hell Lord's fate line changed, meaning his entire future and fate had changed. He even acquired a few fate nexus. As you wish, Master, said the Hell Lord while kneeling on one knee. Good, Wang Wei nodded before waving his hand to summon the Golden God's armor. He changed the design before handing it over along with the continent that was the source of its power. This should be enough of a foundation. Thank you, Master. Wang Wei ignored him before once again summoning something from the void, the heaven-devouring Emperor's secret vault. I thought he didn't have a chance to create a vault before he was exiled, but it seems he was still cautious. Wang Wei destroyed the vault but immediately frowned afterward. He realized something that displeased him immensely. Qin Tong would definitely know where he hid his vault. Normally, this would not be a major problem since if someone wanted to kill him, especially a Paragon, their projection would find his vault relatively easy. However, Wang Wei was in a unique situation. As long as he blessed his vault with his fateless status and his newly improved soul network, no ordinary Paragon would be able to find his vault. Qin Tong has become a liability, so he must be dealt with. But how? Wang Wei thought, and as soon as he asked, he had an answer: the slaughter trial. Whatever method he uses to walk freely in the lower dimension while in limbo should be linked to that trial. So, as long as I exile the trial to the upper dimension, he will have no choice but to leave as well. Wang Wei would never have this idea before since he knew how low the probability of failure was. After all, he was dealing with a Paragon, even a dead one did not change much. However, recent events have given him hope and courage. Let's wait until I'm healed and condense a third-grade golden body to deal with him, he concluded before focusing on the Hell Lord. He pointed his finger to leave a spell on its body. When the Hell Lord dies, the spell will activate and erase the heaven-devouring Emperor from history before his true will destroys his Tao will, thus permanently killing him. Oh, I'm already tired, Wang Wei complained before waving his hand to dismiss him, and the Hell Lord went to build his court. Meanwhile, Wang Wei still had a few things to do before he could focus on his retreat and healing. Firstly, he summoned someone from the sect to task them to begin recruiting people for his Samsara court. According to his agreement with the Stone Yama King, he should be the only one bearing the cost of the Samsara court for all 3,799 world communities. However, he wanted to see if he could pass his court to Li Jun after ascending. If it's possible, these people will be available to start working immediately. The next thing Wang Wei did was to send a clone into the source chi space to use his chi spirit ability to search for special chis that would help with his healing. A part of why he predicted he would only take 200 million years is because of this ability, and if he can find some rare energies, the time might shorten even more. He then summoned the second-in-command of the Fate Shadow Guard. This person was a familiar face, a man called Zhang Jing. He was the assassin with the innate space technique and a talentless sister that he doted on. He was now the leader since Wang Ju was gone. Wang Wei handed him Wang Ju's inner world and the right to be his shadow. Of course, it did not mean he was chosen, but more like Wang Wei tasked him to test other members to see who was worthy. If Zhang Jing passes the test he left, he can absorb the inner world and link himself to him. After all these minor things were settled, Wang Wei focused on something more important, his spoil. After such a major battle as this, of course, he will profit in other ways, he usually makes sure of that. However, his heart immediately felt painful after checking the final spoil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178 Loss. Wang Wei checked his personal dimensional space, using his divine sense to look at all the bodies he stored. During his fight with Old Man Nether, and before the explosion destroyed everything, he saved a few bodies of those creation lifeforms to use as resources later. If that bastard didn't blow himself up, would have access to hundreds of bodies, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. His heart pained every time he thought how much he had lost due to the bastard Old Man Nether's ruthlessness. Every time he thought about how much benefit he lost, he thought about reviving that bastard Old Man Nether and killing him again. There is no point in being angry, so let's calm down, Wang Wei thought before summoning a sealed sword. This creation lifeform should be a decent material to build my Empyrean artifact, but it's not enough to create an ultimate tier artifact. He put the weapon away before focusing on these bodies. The next problem is how to deal with these bodies. I doubt Elder Dan or Yen Liling can process these bodies. Maybe Liling can after using an illusory Empyrean Ascension pill, but shall also need to create new Empyrean formulas. He frowned for less than 10 seconds before realizing this was not his problem. Yan Liling should be the one stressing about this. Anyway, she loves a challenge. He waved his hand to send the bodies for her to deal with. With a thought, 108 phantoms manifested before him. Anger flashed in his eyes as he looked at his future Buddha selves, for the first time. His biggest loss in this fight was the 258 future selves. Many of his plans were calculated using the cultivation speed of the 356 selves, but now, he had permanently lost 2/3 of it. And since they were sacrifices, even using merit will not restore them. On top of everything else, he wasted such a tactic as summoning strength from his future self on someone like Old Man Nether. From now on, once he's in a bind, Wang Wei knew Grand Dao would not allow the same tactic again. Old Man Nether is dead, but Cthulhu, don't let me get my hands on you. I promise you, you'll be the first cosmic horror to feel fear. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now that he had suffered such a great loss, he needed a way to make up for the cultivation boost. This should be on the agenda. Wang Wei left the throne for his cultivation room and activated all the formation before swallowing Yan Liling's pills. Time passed, and Wang Wei focused on healing. Normally, people would not bother him unless it was an emergency, but he did receive a communication talisman that indicated his presence was needed. Why did someone contact me? It's only been 1,500 years outside. He frowned while checking the talisman. Hong Miling wants to ascend? Wang Wei sent a projection to the throne room before summoning her. He guessed she wanted to see her master, but wasn't this a rush? There is no need to panic, Wang Wei reassured. After the war, our little contradictions are now water under the bridge. Hong Miling secretly sighed in relief. Although she expected, no, wished for that to be the case, she did not want to have her hopes for and then to be wrong. What brings you here? I'm leaving, she announced. So soon? There is nothing left for me here, she replied. The lower dimension is united, the world is at peace, and the people are happy. It's time for people to start the next stage of my life. Plus, I want to see the master. I understand how you feel, but listen to me and don't leave yet, Wang Wei advised. I'm going to hold a Dao banquet and invite all the immortals of the lower dimension for a Dao discussion. Hong Miling's eyes immediately lit up. You should understand how much such an event will benefit your future cultivation. Hong Miling was immediately tempted. However, she also felt conflicted because the idea of seeing her master was exciting and something that held sentimental value to her. You've passed your master's test, so she will acknowledge your status, Wang Wei added. However, from what I know about her, she's very strict. She loves teaching and giving people fortunate encounters, but only the ones she deems worthy, and she has high standards. You'll probably be tested after ascending, and your result will determine how much status you have in your eyes. So, staying to improve your foundation is your best option. You may have a point, Hong Miling nodded. Can you tell me more about her? Wang Wei sighed. I would love to, but I doubt I know as much as I think I do. I see. Hong Miling understood the implications behind these words as they confirmed some of her theories about her master's relationship status and situation. The two talked briefly before Hong Miling returned home. Wang Wei accessed the dream world and sent a server-wide announcement. Supreme Emperor Wang, I will be hosting a worldwide Dao banquet. There will be food, wine, and music unlike anything you've ever experienced in your life. All immortals are invited, so prepare your sermon beforehand to not embarrass yourself before me and your peers. The banquet date and location will be announced a month in advance. Wang Wei looked at this message and nodded in satisfaction. Normally, this kind of announcement is written by the Dream Worlds system, so they are in a cold and indifferent voice. However, he chose a written form similar to Weibo or Twitter. He even shamelessly gave himself the title of Supreme Emperor, since he found Three-Realm Emperor, mouthful. This announcement should prevent or delay some people from leaving early, Wang Wei thought before disconnecting himself. His gaze scanned the endless void, focusing on all the Taoist lineages. It's unsettling, Wang Wei thought. Maitreya made her move with the Western Pure Bliss land, but Supreme Unity was quiet. He did not doubt for a second that the latter had no pawns in the lower dimension. As long as any Taoist lineages existed, Supreme Unity could use them, primarily their Qi luck, to intervene. Wang Wei even thought of eradicating Taoism before realizing it was pointless since someone like Feng Heng would survive or appear with the destiny to revive them. With Supreme Unity having semi-control over true heavenly Tao, the process would be accelerated compared to Maitreya or what Feng Heng went through. More importantly, he saw no point in antagonizing a half-step transcendent. Yes, they were enemies, but that differed from directly antagonizing the latter. However, his quietness bothers me, Wang Wei thought. Things have been proceeding smoothly, and the overall situation seems to be to their advantage. However, the more so that was, the more wary he became, and Supreme Unity's lack of action or presence screamed that something major was about to happen, that his next move would not be simple. My theory was they were preventing each other from interfering in the lower dimension because of fear of allying with Death Reverence or the outer gods. However, no one showed up when I eradicated the Death World, and Maitreya supported my side in eradicating that eldritch creature. So, why didn't Supreme Unity make a move? Could it be that he still has a bit of empathy remaining, so he won't go as far as allying with outsiders? Wang Wei frowned before shaking his head as all signs showed this was unlikely. Supreme Unity's character profile indicated that he had lost his humanity, becoming a machine-like entity that would do everything and anything for power. His lack of actions could be for myriad reasons. That creature was not as valuable as I think it is for someone of his level. Cthulhu is one of the 13 taboos, so maybe there are consequences for allying with it. Supreme Unity used true heavenly Tao, a sub-branch of Grand Tao, to gain his strength. It's possible that he would be stripped of his power if he had any connection with an outer god. Another possibility is this was a calculated move. He gave up interfering now to not reveal his hand, and once he acts, it will truly be a severe blow. Wang Wei grunted. In conclusion, I am missing too much information to make any reasonable deduction. He shook his head as he put these thoughts behind him. He focused on Han Shun, the first monarch of the Great Jin dynasty, also known as the human emperor's new pawn after Song Jiaolong. Another person who showed no signs of making a move, Wang Wei thought. He expected some reactions from the human emperor after he gained the Three-Realm Emperor title. However, this is probably due to the current restriction of the lower dimension. I should be on guard against the Qin Saint Court after I ascend. He dispersed the projection before continuing his retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179 The Next Journey, Chief. Welcome back, Chief. It's an honor to meet you, Chief. Aoshin would nod to anyone who spoke to him, not showing any attitude or caring about hierarchy. He soon reached his main cultivation cave and dismissed everybody before brewing him some top-grade tea to relax. As he sipped, a soothing power rushed into his body and mind, soothing his nerves and worry. The expansion is basically finished, and I've gotten all the benefits possible, including forming strong allies for the demon race in case of an emergency. Aoshin thought. So, what's next? He has created a golden era for the demon race. Although people could say he took the opportunity of a brilliant time for his rise, that does not diminish his accomplishments. If not careful, anyone else in his shoes would not be as successful as him and might even destroy the demon races. Now that the demon race was thriving, and Aoshin no longer needed to constantly worry about their extinction since had prepared countless backhands and plans for this worst-case scenario, he needed to think about his future. I'm quickly approaching the limit of my foundation, so the next step is to re-establish my foundation. However, the issue is whether to do it here or after I ascend. The best choice for this process is the upper dimension due to the much better information about the danger and better resources to ensure no issues. However, this is only for those with a lineage backing them. What about me? Wang Wei has the Tao opening sect, Feng Heng has Buddhism, while Feng Wang has the ancient clan, and even Su Shi should be able to rely on Emperor Kong. The demon's race had few talented individuals who survived and ascended, so the chances of them building a top lineage are not high. My best choice should be the innate demon gods, but without any deep connection, will they support me? Better yet, can I trust them? Aoshin grunted as he remembered the information about the current chaotic situation of the upper dimension. If the innate demon gods chose to support these 7, should I still join them? Wang Wei had already made it clear that these people were his enemy, and Aoshin's body trembled at the thought of being on the opposite camp of that monster. He also has his pride and arrogance, and he would not bow down to these people without having any rights or power, especially since, as far as he's concerned, they are more powerful than him only because they are older. In fact, the best option would be to leave the eternal Ascension world entirely, Aoshin thought. I could already predict that Wang Wei will also dominate the upper dimension, creating his own era. So, I can either use his pressure to force myself to grow or head to another world to find some kind of variable that will allow me to compete with him. Aoshin sighed, forget about leaving for now and focus on the current situation. I need more information about the upper dimension situation. Although Wang Wei did not hide basic information, he also did not share more detailed news. Aoshin decided to ask him and even offered to pay. A worldwide announcement? He checked the dream world and saw Wang Wei's bold words written above the dream world sky. I was wondering why he never called for another Dao discussion. Is this what he's been planning? Aoshin was slightly excited since he was embarrassed the last time they had a discussion, and this one should be an opportunity to redeem himself. Not to mention the benefit to his future cultivation. I have enough merit, luck, and world source for my cultivation to reach 45% as swiftly as possible. But with the boost from that banquet, I could probably reach 50% with the merit at hand. He excitedly disconnected from the dream world to prepare his sermon. He could guess the Dao rhymes that would condense in such an event, which should form a field that benefits someone based on how deep and ingenious their sermons are. With the Supreme Emperor warning, people will do their best to prepare not only for the benefit but also for their pride. As Aoshin was about to finish his tea and start the preparation, he sensed something and frowned. Why are you here? Hua Fenghuang's projection materialized in his cultivation cave. I came to run an idea by you. Oh. Aoshin sipped his tea. I'm listening, but I won't offer you tea since I don't want to. Hua Fenghuang ignored the second part of that statement. Is it possible to convince him to ascend before us? Ascend before us? Aoshin repeated before understanding dawned on him. You're worried about your secret vault? It's unsettling knowing he will easily know where I put it. I understand how you feel, Aoshin said. But it's pointless. Just accept this fact and move on. You're not even giving my idea a second thought. The crux of the issue is we are already behind, Aoshin replied. The upper dimension is in turmoil, so the best move for us is to increase our strength now as much as possible before ascending. However, the higher our cultivation, the harder it is to re-establish our foundation. But he doesn't have this problem. He could probably cultivate until the next realm without any problem. Aoshin suddenly paused, realizing he might have stumbled into the truth. He glanced at Hua Fenghuang, and she had the same realization. So, that was his plan all along, Hua Fenghuang muttered. His expansion and need for power was not simply for gathering resources or spreading his legend and history to make it harder to erase him, he was also preparing for the war upstairs. Her original plan was to gather all the other true Eternals and ask them to pool their merit together and pay Wang Wei to ascend before them. Now, she only has a few choices if she wishes to wait until he ascends to make her secret vault. Firstly, she only needs to wait and waste all this time. Secondly, she can cultivate while waiting for him to leave, which would greatly endanger her Dao Foundation re-establishment. Finally, she can achieve re-establishment while in the lower dimension, bearing all the risks that come with it. Aoshin sighed before waving his hand to dismiss the tea sets and replace them with a gourd of alcohol. He opened the top, releasing a blood smell that was quite alluring. As the demon blood brewed wine coursed through his blood and veins, he felt full of life. Whenever we think we've figured him out, he reveals that he's more complex, just a profound abyss with no end. While we can barely think 5 steps ahead, he's thinking dozens, if not hundreds of steps. It's truly horrible to be born in the same era as that man. Is this a sign that you're giving up? Hell no, Aoshin denied. Didn't the sages say that trying to conquer an impossible mountain was a worthy pursuit as long as you don't give up? Plus, I haven't fully admitted that he was an insurmountable obstacle yet. It's good that you still have some spirit, she nodded since she also agreed with that sentiment. What are young to do after ascending? Why are you asking? He asked warily. You can come to our ancient clan if you have nowhere to go. You're after my bloodline. Of course, Huang nodded. As long as you agree to start a family with a human, you can keep your name and will have a high status. No way. Won't you just think about it? Do you have the status to make such a promise? Do you think an eternal emperor of my caliber won't have a high status? Aoshin was rendered speechless since she made such a logical argument. Whatever. Go away, he said in annoyance before continuing to drink. He knew he would never mate with humans. Although he technically no longer hated them, he was not fond of them either. As such, his partner, if he ever chooses a mate, will never be a human. You should think about it, Huang said before dissipating. Now, she had to plan whether to use Plan B, which involved leaving her vault to Sacred Beast 1 to hide after Wang Wei left. Then, the power shell leave will wipe Beast 1's memory of this information. The issue with this plan is that too many things could go wrong with Sacred Beast 1 that could ruin her opportunity to have a vault in the first place, including methods of retrieving her lost memories, infighting in the ancient clan that reveals the news, or Beast 1's sudden death before hiding the vault. Huang did not know what to do, and this decision kept her at night, even making her slightly paranoid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1180, 3 Paths 3 Self-Art. Wang Wei returned to his deep state of cultivation to heal himself and create his new technique. As for Aoshin and Huang's talk, he did not know or care. However, even if he did, he would not agree with their proposition since he plans to learn the locations of these people's vaults. His relationship with these people is currently positive, but whether this will stay the same is unknown. Knowing their secret vault and having an easier way to kill them if needed is an excellent strategic move. The information alone might prevent these people from becoming his enemy. Over 200 million years passed in his retreat, while 10,000 years passed outside, and Wang Wei finally opened his eyes and exhaled. His handsome face and luscious hair were back to normal, his perfect aura returning to its peak. It feels good to be healthy, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his fists to feel his power and youthful vigor. Plus, it was a shame for such a handsome face to be ruined. I can feel heaven and earth was about to cry because of that. Wang Wei smirked to himself, thinking it was another shame that no one was here to experience his comedic chops. He shook his head to focus on what's important. Let's test it out, he muttered. First, Buddhism. The 108, Buddha self, materialized before him, all sitting cross-legged on the void with monk cassocks, their palms closed like a prayer, and their bodies releasing golden lights. Although their heads were now shaved, they still looked extremely handsome. Next is Taoism. A phantom of Wang Wei wearing black and white Taoist robes with yin-yang and taiji symbols materialized, followed by a dozen more. These were the 72, Taoist self. Lastly, it's the devil. The last summon was the 36, devil self, and they were the odd-looking ones in the group as they were not uniform. Some devils had red eyes and hair, others had purple hairs, some had horns and fangs, and some had animal parts. Generally, they looked heterogeneous. Now that it was completed, let's test out its full power, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes to understand his fate Grand Tao source. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed deeply. The cultivation speed is about 250, future Buddha self. I guess it's still better than only 108. He looked at this new technique called 3 Paths 3 Self-Art, and was reluctantly satisfied. The idea was brilliant, and he felt it should have been more powerful. The Buddha self did not change much, except for a small optimization due to his new power and understanding of cultivation. The Taoist self was inspired by quantum computers. Classical computers work on a binary system of 0 and 1 called bits. Meanwhile, quantum computers use a qubit system, which can represent 0, 1, or both simultaneously through a property called superposition. Wang Wei used his yin-yang Dao, which can replicate the qubit system, and all his other understanding of quantum computer to condense one Taoist self, allowing them to have unimaginable calculating/deduction capabilities to comprehend the grand Dao source. Lastly, the devil self amalgamated countless thoughts and ideas. He used the binary system of technology to condense one devil that represented a supercomputer. One devil was condensed through his understanding of incense, and that devil's ability maximized the use of faith/incense to boost cultivation comprehension. Some devils did the same for luck, world source, merit, spiritual power, and even all kinds of emotions. Wang Wei had to use the knowledge he stole from the Yin Moon Palace to make the 7 emotion 6 desires devils. One of the devils even replicated Zhen Baiyu's pure mind state. Unfortunately, this technique did not completely replace the original future Buddha selves, but that's good enough, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, I have something even better. He took over 200 million years to heal despite absorbing a few special qi because of the 3 paths 3 self art, and another technique, and that one is even more impressive. However, it was still considered a prototype by Wang Wei. However, even when he completes this technique, he won't reveal it until he's a primal paragon to prevent Grand Dao from restricting it. Furthermore, he considered it one of his best future emergency trump cards. Wang Wei finally left his retreat and immediately headed to see his mother and father, who were now healed. After the family spent a few days together, he returned to work. The first order of business was to check on the lower dimension situation. The situation was settled. All 3,800 world communities were now under his rule. They all had a dream world, enlightening temple, mortal civilizations, demon schools, depending on the world, and a court. Although there were a few troublemakers who tried to resist, by that time, Wang Wei's popularity as the endless void savior made these people the unpopular minority. Wang Wei took a deep breath, so much incense. Mortals, and even cultivators, worshipped him as a god, savior, hero, or something akin to a celebrity. Moreover, this kind of worship transcended race and world, meaning they came from various individuals. Additionally, some mortals have worshipped him for generations. Although mortals now have a longer lifespan than before, 10,000 years, even more in some worlds, was still a long time for them. Truly a brilliant era, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes, sensing the expansion of his existence. He would love to see the face of the sucker who could push him to the stage of trying to erase his existence. His next destination was a meeting with the internal and foreign affairs managers to understand in detail the changes that had occurred since his absence. After dealing with those boring politics and paperwork, he visited Su Shi for a small chat before checking on Dong Lifan. "How have you been? I feel like we haven't had a good chat in a while," Wang Wei said as he invited her to tea and a meal in the court's garden. "You've been busy, and I understand that," Dong Lifan replied, accepting the tea he served. "I think you've settled pretty well, right?" "Indeed, Dong Lifan. Initially, I was a little nervous despite everyone being kind and generous. However, I think I've been completely incorporated into the sect system." Dong Lifan's reservations have long been gone, mostly because of the peaceful feeling she gets knowing such a powerful sect was protecting her at all cost. "What about your husband? Have you found his reincarnation yet?" "Not yet." Dong Lifan replied before remembering something. "Can you check for me?" "No problem." Wang Wei used his status as the Three-Realm Emperor to check but soon frowned. "Is something wrong?" she hurriedly asked. "Oh, no. He's not yet reincarnated, but he's been designated to be reborn in a scholarly emperor lineages in the upper dimension with 3 great emperors. Do you want me to change it?" "I still have this right. The upper dimension is unsafe, but that family seems the perfect place for him." Plus, I worry there might be other complications. How about I reincarnate him into the Wang clan? Wang Wei suggested. Want to tie me up even deeper, she said, glancing at him scrutinizingly. I'm not hiding it, Wang Wei admitted. It's not the worst idea, Dong Lifen mused. After you leave, some people might make trouble for me based on the issue of loyalty. A husband from their clans would stop this in advance, even securing my status. More importantly, he will have great talent if born in the Wang clan, meaning I won't have to worry about his cultivation. Alright, do it. Wang Wei smiled as he condensed a black scroll in his hands, writing an order before sending it to the afterlife. How are the preparations for the alternate 10 Supremacy Foundation? Already found the perfect world, Dong Lifen said before showing him a projection made of dreams. Is that the world that replaced the Skyfall world? Wang Wei asked, remembering how the brilliant Smile Emperor ascended with an entire world. Yes. They are new and weak, meaning the perfect target, she explained. I've done countless simulations, and they are the best choice. Have you considered true heavenly Daos intervention? I have. Based on the simulations, if I attack this world in the early stages of its development, there's a 99% chance that a new Destiny child with great talent will appear and try to stop me. Wang Wei nodded as that made sense. Alternative paths were allowed, but they also cannot be too easy and subject to tests to prove their worthiness. That's how Heavenly Tao, no, Grand Tao, operates the entire Chaos universe. I'm sure you're prepared, so all I have to say is don't take this lightly because of your strength. I want. Wang Wei nodded before chatting with her for a while. As he was leaving, he raised his hand to condense a bright gem. This is what I promised you. This talisman will grant you full control of all the dream worlds if the Tao opening sect betrays you. I'm glad you kept your word, Dong Lifen said with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1181 Ripe Wang Wei's next destination was the Guardian World to meet Yen Liling. He found her in a dimension of her creation with a transparent cauldron as large as a mountain. Wang Wei looked at the cauldron with praise. She had succeeded in finding a way to refine the Empyrean bodies into pills. Yen Liling took inspiration from the Danyuan Emperor and Hong Miling by linking all the world communities and borrowing their powers to condense a cauldron. In other words, she used the lower dimension as her cauldron. Then, with the illusory pill, she had the strength to create the flame needed for the process by condensing all the sun's, fire energy, and even fire laws of these communities into an emperor-tier flame needed for the process. Lastly, Yen Liling borrowed the reserved spiritual energy from the dream world to supplement hers during the refining process. Can you speak? Wang Wei asked. Yen Liling was in a deep state of concentration, and he even noticed a few drops of sweat on her forehead. For a few minutes, she answered. I just want to know how things are proceeding. I've succeeded, but barely. Oh. I don't have the knowledge base or experience to make a Tier 11 Empyrean, especially in such a short period, Yen Liling explained. So, I chose another way, purified these bodies and condensed their Tao rhymes and blood energy into a pill. I added a few top Emperor tier herbs to preserve the efficacy of the pill during the condensation stage, allowing me to create the most basic Tier 11 pill. That is still impressive, Wang Wei praised. I know, Yen Liling smirked. This experience was immensely beneficial to my skill path. It even gave me an idea of how I might take a step into transcendence. Those are bold words, Wang Wei said. I'm listening. Once you achieve half-step transcendence, you only need to let me borrow your strength to make a pill for your realm. The experience should give me answers on my path. Wang Wei was speechless, but it was indeed a good way. No problem. I know you're a man of your word, big brother, Yen Liling beamed. Alright, I need to concentrate. Can you do something before you leave? Although this pill is basic, it's also taking a long time. Please accelerate the time in this realm so it can be finished in time. Alright. Wang Wei pointed in the sky, and a phantom of the river of time manifested. He said his goodbyes to her before leaving for his next destination, the swallowing zone. It's almost ripe, Wang Wei said as he looked at the Genesis fruit, which was now almost emerald in color. After years of being fed the power of dreams and nightmares from the dream world, countless immortal sovereign bodies, and even a small amount of merit, the thing was finally about to germinate. He did not hesitate to start feeding the apple until the last spot turned from light green to emerald. Beautiful, Wang Wei commented before condensing a container made from sealing runes, plucking the fruit and carefully preserving it. The light that served as the fruit tree dissipated, but Wang Wei did not care. The tree was now useless. By its nature, it was impossible to condense the seed for another Genesis fruit. As such, he was just happy that he got the fruit since it was valuable and sought after by many, including Old Man Nether, who prevented other people from using it before it was mature. Wang Wei's next destination was the Battle Demon world. As soon as he landed, he noticed two things. Firstly, the entire world seemed to be in a jovial mood or atmosphere. It could be sensed in the air, and he saw signs of celebration everywhere his sight landed. The second thing that caught his attention was the faint innate qi in the environment. The constant exchange of knowledge, resources, and ideas resulted in the creation of many techniques, and the professions were greatly developed. A few worlds managed to create weaker versions of reverting their environment to innate. This development had its pros and cons. The pros were the further development of these worlds, including the revival of the innate demon god race. True heavenly Tao used this opportunity to return them to the lower dimension, probably in a weak attempt to restore balance from how dominant acquired lives had become. The con of the situation was the small political turmoil the change created in Wang Wei's court. Many worlds complained and asked the Myriad Emperor world to place the innate environment method on the market to buy and loan. But Wang Wei had long decided this would be the advantage he would only leave for his home, and thus the court had to tell these worlds to develop a method of their own if they wanted it. Wang Wei looked around for a bit before teleporting to a large room full of demons decorated in gold. Who goes there? The room immediately entered the highest alert as soon as that voice yelled. They all wondered who dared to mess up such an important event, especially knowing the people involved. You're getting married and didn't tell me? Wang Wei. It's really you, said Yi Dafu as he appeared before him to give a hug. I wanted to invite you, but the news in the dream world is you're in deep seclusion, probably recuperating after the war. I could have sent a projection. You're right, but I didn't think of that, the Monkey Emperor replied. Greeting, Your Majesty, the Supreme Emperor. A cacophony of voices echoed in the room as everyone saluted after recognizing Wang Wei's identity. These people tried to hide their shock, but it was easily noticed by Wang Wei. No need for formality. I am here as a friend, attending a wedding, Wang Wei assured them. However, no one stood up. This legendary man was standing before them, and none of these people dared to show any signs of disrespect, even if he asked them to. You heard him. You guys need to relax, Yi Dafu said, but even that did not work. These people secretly looked at each other from the corner of their eyes, waiting for someone to have the nerve to stand up fist. Yi Dafu shook his head in disappointment. I don't think they'll listen as long as you're here, so let's talk somewhere else, he stated before leading Wang Wei to another room. What took you so long to get married? Wang Wei asked as an icebreaker from the previous situation. The wife wanted to wait until she reached a certain level of strength before we married. So, I had to wait until she was ready. The demon race values, especially this world with a zeitgeist of survival of the fittest. It's understandable why she would want to be relative to you before marriage. Yi Dafu. Enough about all that nonsense. When are you going to fight me? You promised me. You must have fought my imprint in the dream world countless times. Don't you see the difference? Don't you have enough? None of that matters, especially since I've devoted a sure tactic that is guaranteed to punch you in your face. I'll start with that until I can bully you. This is not a good idea. Why not? It's your wedding, after all. Wouldn't you be embarrassed if your wife saw you being beaten? Yi Dafu's lips twitched. It doesn't matter. What if people say I'm bullying you? I know you don't care about that. So, just do it, consider it a wedding present. All right. The two soon reached a room where the Ninth Serpent Empress was waiting. Wang Wei had to praise Yidafu as he was not lying when he said he knew how to develop bloodlines. They had a small discussion, and Wang Wei learned about demon marriage customs. For example, gold is the main color for bloodline union celebrations instead of red, which is used by human weddings/Dao companion ceremonies. There are two ceremonies in the bride and groom's tribe/world. They do not salute their parents, each other, and heaven and earth. Instead, they swear to their bloodlines, tribes, and ancestors. After the discussions, Wang Wei did not stay long. He fought with Yidafu, who was miserable, and his plan failed. Wang Wei still left a gift in the form of a few valuable emperor pills and blessed the couple with a fated lover fate line. He knew Yidafu was planning to ascend soon, probably right after the Dao banquet. Luckily, the monkey said his ancestors were doing well in the upper dimension, meaning he should have a backing to protect him during these tumultuous times. And, I've seen a few complaints about the length of this arc. Please know that it is wrapping up, as there are no more twists or plots to extend it. However, I also need to take my time to wrap things up before starting the next saga. I recommend stacking for those who cannot wait since the volume should end in 10 to 15 chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1182 Last Value. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei's next destination was a place called the Summer Cloud World, and his purpose was a forbidden land. The Myriad Emperor world was not the only place with forbidden lands, and Wang Wei once planned to remove all of them. However, he never had to. His actions caused the entire lower dimension to rise in power, thus eliminating most of these forbidden lands with relative ease. The only survivors were the ones who were good at hiding and the place he was currently visiting. He headed directly into a forest with pitch-black trees and an eerie atmosphere. A word echoed in the void repeatedly, "Are you worthy?" Wang Wei looked around, noticing the trees seemed to contain a very potent hallucinogen capable of influencing the soul. He ignored this forest's power as his gaze penetrated all the other obstacles to reach the core. He teleported to the center with one step, ignoring all the restrictions. "Are you worthy?" Wang Wei looked at the man before him, ordinary black robe, thin, big nose, and bright eyes. An obsession? So, that's why no one could eliminate this place. The person before him was long dead, and he could only exist in this world because of his obsession, and no matter how much someone killed him, he would be revived due to his obsession. "Why are you asking if I'm worthy?" "So I can know whether you can help me." "And who are you?" "Why should I help you?" "My name is Lu Da. I don't remember much except that whoever is worthy enough to help my family will get the key to a treasure I once held." Wang Wei thought briefly before reading this man's fate line. "I see. This poor bastard named Lu Dao once found the cultivation cave of an Empyrean cultivator and was hunted down by an Empyrean lineage. As a last resort, he separated from his family while signing up with the same program that brought Old Man Nether to the lower dimension. The result was expected. He died, but his obsession with his family allowed him to condense in the lower dimension and wait for someone worthy to help him. Do you want me to check on your family in exchange for the key to the cave?" Wang Wei asked. "Not just check on them, but help them, and even share some of the resources with them. You do realize the chances of your family still being alive are, well, less than ideal?" "I'm aware, but I won't give up until the last minute." "All right. I accept your proposition. Your cave might be the first pot of gold I get in the upper dimension," Wang Wei declared. "Fine. Wait, you haven't proven if you're worthy yet." Wang Wei released the aura of the tenfold battle realm, shocking Lu Da to his core. He was only a third-class emperor with 18% Grand Dao source cultivation before his death. His new obsession form did boost his strength tremendously, but that was still nothing compared to this man's power. "Your strength is indeed worthy," Lu Da sighed. "However, what about your character? I either take the deal or don't." Your reward is less valuable than you think for someone like me. He was a master of luck, so finding fortunate encounters on such a level was easy. Although Luda could be counted as his second tier 11 opportunity, he could give it up if he wishes. Fine, but I want to see for myself. Luda turned into a black jade, and Wang Wei could sense his obsession attached to it. He waved his hand to put it away before waving his hands to kill all the remaining forbidden lands still hiding in the lower dimension. He teleported outside an interesting continent floating in the void. He looked at this place with strange gazes. He had come here, but it was not him. Lord Shentong, I'm here for a visit. Come in, said a voice, and Wang Wei entered the empty slaughter trial, following the voice to a beautiful white cabin by a lake. Shentong was waiting for tea that had already been prepared but had not been served. I wasn't expecting you. Shentong was genuinely puzzled by this sudden visit. Wang Wei calmly served him tea before pouring it for himself and sipping. Excellent tea, he thought to himself. I came to invite you as a special guest to my Dao banquet, he stated. Before you can reject, I know this event is child play to you. If Wang Wei had to make an analogy based on his life on Earth, the Dao banquet was as if all the top physics students at Tsinghua University were having an intense discussion that every other student could not fathom. Shentong would then be a world-renowned physicist who has won the Nobel Prize and countless other awards and has been in this field for over 40 years. However, this event might be useful to you. How so? Shentong calmly asked. You saw it for yourself. This generation is, without a doubt, the greatest since the lower dimension's existence. Everyone present at the banquet will have great luck and destiny, they might even be the next golden generation. Those are bold words, but I see where you are coming from, Shentong nodded. If he could form some karmic relationships with these talents through preaching, it would indeed greatly benefit him later down the line, especially since he has a special method for revival that relies on luck and destiny. So, you agree? I don't see why not. I'm glad to hear, Wang Wei replied with a smile. They chatted for a few more minutes before parting. I was right, Wang Wei thought as he teleported home. Nothing he does is ever simple, and that was also true of that visit. He wanted to know whether his guess about Shentong was true, that the slaughter trial was why his experience in limbo was so free and without many restrictions. Of course, it would be suicidal to try any kind of outward detection means before a paragon, even if he's technically dead. Wang Wei then chose to rely on his intuition, turning it into an active ability to sense whether his theory was correct. Now that I know the truth, it should be easy to deal with him once I squeeze his last value at the banquet, Wang Wei thought as he returned home. He soon became busy with the preparation for the Dao banquet. The first thought was to create a new place in the void for this event, but Wang Wei quickly gave up that thought since that would be too much pointless work. The next choice was his court since there was more than enough space. However, realizing how much Dao rhymes this event would create, he chose the Dao opening sect. This banquet could become a precedent, Wang Wei thought. If father and mother also hold on, other people should follow. While deep in thought, Wang Wei has already delegated the preparation tasks for the sect, making everything extremely lively. The steward stopped his court duty to take charge of this event, ensuring the Dao opening sect appeared as noble and powerful as possible to the outside world while keeping an air of mystery and secrecy. The Dao opening sect's actions were not exactly subtle. As such, people deduced the location of the Dao banquet, and the information spread before Wang Wei announced it. Many cultivators had spent years preparing for this event. Wang Wei, who was lazing around while everybody was working, decided to make an announcement in the dream world. Supreme Emperor Wang, the news was leaked. The Dao banquet will take place in the Dao opening sect. The estimated time is between 2,000 to 5,000 years. Furthermore, I've noticed a small controversy regarding whether immortal venerables and immortal sovereigns should attend. My invitation said all immortals, and you're part of it. You can preach about your understanding and experience of the soul. And if you feel the God Kings would do a much better job, talk about the relationship between essence, spirit, and chi. As soon as he finished his posts, it spread everywhere. The other paths besides the Emperor and Dao path felt relieved after seeing this announcement, they were joyous that the Supreme Emperor did not exclude them from this major event and immediately started preparing. Most of them regretted not using the former 10,000 years and wasted it on debating whether they were worthy or should participate. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked after disconnecting from the dream world. Some people came to me to tell you not to be lazy and help, Wang Wuqing said. It's the steward, isn't it? Why doesn't he have the ball to confront me? I'm just the messenger, Wang Wuqing shrugged. Wang Wei decided to meet Wang Qi before doing anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1183 Celebration. Wang Wei waited for Wang Qi in his transcending fate mountain, and the latter did not make him wait long. There were plenty of things to do, so Wang Wei did not beat around the bush and immediately started the conversation. How was the haul this time around? Excellent, but only because of the vast quantity. No Eternals? Only 3, Wang Qi replied. For this expedition, he brought the Heaven Chosens from the remaining 1,000 world communities that once belonged to the Golden God, so the ratio was low. What about Pseudos? 15, which is where most of our outcomes originated from, Wang Qi explained as he handed over the space ring. Wang Wei checked and nodded in satisfaction. Any noteworthy news? A few. Oh. Firstly, the war has intensified. The rebellions have started to attack the core factions of these parasites. I reckon there won't be any place of peace by the time you ascend. The parasites' long absence has made these people bold. However, we'll see who still has a fighting spirit once they are free and start fighting back, Wang Wei commented. Anything else? 2 things. Firstly, the celestial race might have intervened. Them? Yes. There has been a sudden increase in powerful insurgent Qi on the market for sale. Although only tier 10, the rebellion has bought many of them, thus increasing their military powers. And you think the celestial race is the one selling them? Those are the rumors. I guess I have to talk with Xianxia, Wang Wei muttered. What's the second thing? I don't know if this news is important, but apparently, the most beautiful woman in the world will celebrate her ascension to the Empyrean realm. Many people are talking about it, wishing they could attend. Su Junyao. Huh. Sect Master, how do you know her name? Wang Qi asked. Then, he suddenly panicked after remembering something. Sect Master, you can cheat on the sect madam. Otherwise, I doubt you'll live long. Shut up. Don't you think I know this? I only know her name for some reason. Wang Qi sighed in relief. I know you're wise. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss this bastard who spoke too much. Wait, there is one more thing. What is it? Well, how I say this, I might have spoken too much to someone. Did you see her again? No, not her, I'm talking about the sect upstairs. Oh. I brought a group of human fiend god with me since it would be easier than ascending individually, and the sect thanked me. We had a banquet, and they asked about you. I might have revealed that you hold the destiny to end the current era. Do you understand how much of a blunder you've made? Wang Wei asked. Although it would be relatively easy to deduce this truth after knowing what he's been up to, it was something else to tell the news, especially with the possibility that there might be spies in the sect. Sir, I know, but this was not an accident, but a calculated move on my part, Wang Qi swiftly said. I'm listening. I only told the news to 3 people, and they had to swear to Grand Dao. I ensured the oath's language was simple and direct to prevent complications, and all 3 of these people were Empyreans? Meaning the chances of finding a way to break it are minimal. You were indeed careful, Wang Wei nodded. Although he could see the flaw in this plan, for example, the branch in the upper dimension probably had ways for Empyreans to use power above their realms through things like pills, talismans, and arrays. Additionally, a sect with such a deep foundation might have more than one rare treasure to nullify Grand Dao's oaths. What was their response? Wang Wei asked. They said they would support you in whatever way you wish, Wuxia replied. I told them that with your personality and without the ancestors present, you probably won't wish to bring more trouble to the sect and limit your contact with them until you've achieved your destiny. You seem to know me well. Sect Master, it's my job to know you well so I can serve you better. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. However, Wuxia was not lying. Wang Wei chose him for this job under great recommendations due to his observation skills and ability to make the correct choice in a dangerous situation. And over the course of their work together, Wuxia has proven to be more capable than Wang Wei initially thought. What happened next? Wang Wei asked. They said it was fine if you want to limit contact. They will leave resource points scattered all over the world for you to use. You only need to activate your luck, leading you there. Resources point, huh? Did they say how much? They said it was up to you. If you want their complete support, that is fine. However, it is also fine if you only want some starting wealth and do the rest yourself. That is good news, Wang Wei nodded. Things would become much easier with the support of such vast wealth and manpower. Once again, you did a good job. Wuxia. I believe the sect already rewarded you with what I promised. Yes, Wuxia showed his powerful aura that was as good as some of the best insurgent. Excellent. I'll see you at the banquet. Wang Wei nodded. Sect Master. Anything else? Is there a chance for me to ascend with you? This may not be a bad idea. I'll need someone who serves as a liaison between me and the rebellion, and you're the perfect candidate since they know and trust you to some level, Wang Wei analyzed. But, are you sure? You should understand the danger we're about to face. I can care for myself but cannot guarantee your safety. I am sure, Wuxia declared without hesitation. Good. Be prepared. I will, Wuxia said with a gleeful voice. He bowed before flying away, leaving Wang Wei to his thoughts. Su Junyao is having a celebration. This is the worst time for this kind of thing. So, is she just stupid, or is she planning something with this celebration? Interesting. This celebration is the perfect opportunity to meet and end this fated nexus. He looked in the distance before starting his work. He took the task of providing food and wine. Wang Wei had to prepare the best food and drink for over 100 million immortals, ensuring this banquet was worthy of his name. Once that finished, he headed to check on Li Jun. Big brother, you're here. Yeah, Wang Wei nodded. As the Three-Realm Emperor, he had no problem visiting any Samsara court as he pleased since they were technically under his supervision. Can you participate in the banquet, or must I do something? No, I got permission. With no consequences? They've extended my time by 100,000 years, Li Jun replied. It's not a bad deal, Wang Wei nodded. Although he was suspicious of Li Jun's boss, there was no sign of anything nefarious going on, so he had to leave it be. Have you prepared your sermon? Of course. Good. In that case, I'm leaving. Can't you stay a little longer? I need to help your wife finish my pills. Oh, bring Su Ai. The banquet should be helpful to her and the child in her stomach. Oh, okay. Li Jun replied quietly, wondering whether this would cause him more trouble. Wang Wei ignored him before teleporting to the Guardian world, where he saw Yan Liling giving orders to many people, including Elder Dan and Miscellaneous One. Did they come to help you? Yes. I want to finish as soon as possible. No need to rush, Wang Wei stated. The banquet can be postponed if you need more time. It would look bad if you postpone. I don't care about that. For Wang Wei, people should follow his timetable, not the other way around. I know you don't, but it is still better to keep a surface-level good reputation. Wang Wei shrugged. Plus, I'm not in a hurry because of that. I have some feelings on how to update my Pill Sage Sutra, but I'm missing some enlightenment. This banquet is the perfect opportunity. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. Well, I'm here and ready to help. What can I do? Well, use your amazing soul power to accelerate the process, Yan Liling immediately replied. Wang Wei followed her direction while also taking this opportunity to learn from her and increase his sub-profession Daos that he's been neglecting. The process was enjoyable as he remembered his time infiltrating the Origin Pill Dao sect. By then, he only had to focus on refining pills, which he found relaxing and an excellent way to train the mind and spirit. With Wang Wei's help, the pills were refined after 700 years passed on the outside, so he officially announced the banquet would take place 300 years later, along with the rules. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1184 Dao Banquet. Lavish food. The day of the banquet arrived, and the first to arrive was, of course, the immortals from the myriad emperor world. The steward had prepared a special floating mountain for this banquet, and the designated people would lead the guests to it. The mountain, even the banquet, looked ordinary, with countless small dining tables arranged in different sections. However, the beauty of this event was in its simplicity. The dining tables were made of purple sovereign wood, an emperor-grade material used for refining pills and weapons. The bowls, teacups, and wine cups shone with an unknown luster, and that's because they were made from dream dust, another emperor-grade material known to calm the mind and ensure the best cultivation state. The scariest part is there were 100 million of these things. Even if only a small part was required to refine the table and dining utensils, it was too extravagant. Furthermore, this was not the end. A pink tree that resembled a sakura tree stood towering at an inconspicuous corner of the banquet, releasing petals that enveloped the banquet. The tree's petals would temporarily purify the soul and increase comprehension. People could not immediately fly to the top of the mountain but must walk these beautiful purple stairs to the banquet. The stairs were blessed to condense a person's luck, giving them a temporary blessing that increased comprehension. Lastly, beautiful Dao music echoed in the background, and its effect was the same as the others, another boost to concentration and comprehension. Feng Heng was the first to arrive with 3 people following him, and a disciple led him to the emperor area, putting at the very front facing Wang Wei. However, the 3 monks with him sat somewhere else. Soon, more people arrived and were put in an area based on their paths: Dao area, Immortal area, Primarch area, Soul area, Luck area, and Guest area. Wang Wei allowed these people to bring 3 disciples from their sect to participate in this event, and the guest area was for them. The sky in the distance suddenly burst open as a golden carriage descended from the sky, followed by a vision. The steward wondered what the big deal was but soon realized it was only someone from another world community who had arrived. More foreigners arrived for the next few hours, and somehow, they all decided to make the flashiest entrance possible. These actions made the immortals of the myriad emperor world wonder whether they should have been flamboyant as well. Once everyone had arrived and the dream world was broadcasting this event, Wang Wei finally showed up, dressed in an elegant purple and gold robe. He also chose a simpler and more direct entrance, suddenly appearing at the slightly elevated table at the front as if he was always there. While all eyes were on him, he calmly sat cross-legged on a cushion, his dining table before him, facing all these people. He looked at the crowd, checking on all the people he knew. He smiled at his mother and father, who sat at the front near the myriad emperor world's true eternals like Feng Heng and Ao Shen. His father was the only non-eternal in that position, but no one said anything, just like no one said anything about Dong Lifen sitting at the front of the luck area. However, he did notice one complaint in the immortal area despite no one uttering a word and decided to address it. "Welcome," Wang Wei said, his voice covering the entire mountain. "A few words before we start. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Sage Duan Ru for being the first mortal to achieve a level of enlightenment on par with immortals through mortal art." Everyone looked toward the immortal area at the simply dressed elderly man with long white hair, a beard that reached his knees, aged spots, and cloudy eyes that hid their profoundness. Duan Ru used his cane to slowly stand up and bowed to Wang Wei. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to partake in this momentous event." Duan Ru took big risks and put much effort into coming here. He heard about this event over 10,000 years ago as he was about to end his lifespan. He immediately sealed himself without knowing if he could attend while asking his descendants to petition the court to allow him entrance. Luckily for him, his clans gave birth to talented cultivators who could live long enough and were filial enough to help him. You've earned it, Wang Wei nodded. And you'll be the first in the Dao area to preach. Duanru was surprised but quickly thanked him again. Such honor will further cement his legacy and bring him and his clan luck and destiny. Wang Wei originally wanted to give him the very first spot in the banquet since they were starting with the immortal area. However, he wanted to know whether Duanru's sermon would improve after the people before him had enlightened him. The second announcement is that I've invited a special guest to preach, and they will be the last to do so. The guests immediately squinted. Duanru's appearance was a mild surprise, but this news intrigued and perplexed them. They expected the Supreme Emperor to be the last sermon, closing the banquet with the best. Now, His Majesty insinuated that someone even better than him was about to preach? Except for a few people who knew about Qintong, no one guessed who it was or whether someone like that even existed. Now, let's start with the food, Wang Wei declared before waving his hand to manifest the food. The meal was a small piece of meat, a vegetable plate, and a rice bowl. However, this was not ordinary meat. It originated from a Tier 10 void beast prepared with Wu Hong's sealing cooking magic and blessed with Wang Wei's essence flower ability. In other words, everyone who eats will significantly increase their flesh-body cultivation. The vegetables were grown from a Tier 10 source beast that Wang Wei hunted, and its purpose was to heal hidden injuries and boost the absorption of the meat, allowing everyone to benefit even more from consuming it. The wine that Wang Wei was made from the best material, has been brewing or marinating for Yuan epochs under time formation and was blessed by fate to be the best wine possible. After drinking, the taste was out of this world, but that was the least important part, unless you were an alcoholic. Countless auras suddenly rose as people's qi quantity increased drastically, some even broke their bottlenecks and became immortal sovereigns. The immortals were not the only ones who benefited since the wine could also increase soul energy, meaning everyone, including the emperors and eternals, benefited from the growth of their souls, minds, and spirits. Wang Wei cultivated the rice using world source, that's how lavish this event was. After eating it, the people present will enter their absolute best state. Any events, battles or sermons, could be affected by many factors like mentality, state of mind, and past experience. The rice ensures that someone enters their absolute peak state without internal or external influence. I recommend you eat the rice first, followed by the vegetables, and take 2 sips of the wine and leave the meat alone since your body cannot handle it, Wang Wei communicated to Duanru. He personally arranged this old man's meal to ensure he survived the entire banquet with his limited lifespan. I understand, and thank you for your care, His Majesty, Duanru replied. The meat could be left for his descendants, but some small part of him felt unwilling. He would rather wait until his reincarnation to eat it, but he doubted these unfilial bastards would preserve it for him. More importantly, other clans might try to attack his clan, knowing he was storing such a valuable thing. Hey, honey, Wang Tian whispered. Don't ask to share my food. I wouldn't, Wang Tian replied speechlessly. Oh, then, what is it? How are we supposed to hold a banquet that compares to this? Yu Yan exhaled deeply after hearing his question. I've been thinking the same thing. All I can say is we better start preparing now. All she can do to soothe her heartache is laugh at the misery of the emperors after them. She wished she could see their stress as they tried to hold a banquet on this level and failed miserably. This bastard really knows how to be extravagant, Wang Tian complained. We were lucky he only wanted a simple Dao companion ceremony. True. Wang Wei waited for everyone to finish with their food, their breakthrough, and helping their disciples to digest their meal. Kai Song, Jin Mengyao, and Li Wenling had other people helping them. He waved his hand to summon the tea. This is enlightenment tea brewed from the Bodhi tree with petals from the world tree used as assistants to prolong the effect. The people were shocked. The Bodhi tree was known for its effect of increasing comprehension and allowing a cultivator to enter a state of epiphany. Meanwhile, every petal of the world tree contained a world, and now, it was used as an assisting material for this tea. This banquet was simply the definition of lavish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1185 Dao Banquet, Preaching. This is such a waste, Yan Liling complained while sitting beside Li Jun. It would have been better to use these things as the primary or supplementary materials for pills. You can't exactly feed pills to people for the banquet, Li Jun stated with his left hand on Sue's belly, helping the baby better absorb the nourishment from all these rare and precious resources. Why not? Yan Liling countered. Once it's my turn to hold the banquet, I'm feeding everyone the best pills possible. I guess that would work. Do you think I should prepare some underworld delicacies? Is that even a thing? If it isn't, just make it. You have a point. Yan Liling, Li Jun, and Wang Wei's parents were not the only ones thinking about holding the same banquet and wondering how they would make theirs unique and stand out. Suya, who was in the guest area, had similar thoughts. She thought about creating a special dish based on her 7 emotions, 6 desires Dao that would temper or even heal Dao hearts. Di Jiaying's thinking was more extreme as she wondered whether she could force people to pay a fee for attendance at her banquet. She realized it was possible, but it would have to be very enticing as this one or very close to it. Kai Song wondered whether she had to have a banquet during her time. If she did, could she give people special puppets as gifts? But what kind of special puppet? She felt annoyed, thinking how troublesome the entire situation would be. However, she enjoyed the thought of creating individualized puppets for the emperors of her era. Jun Mengyao wondered whether the sect would be willing to sponsor him for his banquet or whether he would have to use his own wealth. He decided to start amassing wealth now, just in case. Once everyone finished their meals, Wang Wei summoned the tea and sipped it. Once everything had been drunk, he pointed to the sky to summon a phantom of the river of time that immediately turned into a formation. Such brilliant and effortless application of time Dao, Su Shi thought. Like most of her peers, she was slightly jealous she would never have an opportunity to hold such a banquet, at least, not as the heavenly emperor. However, she quickly removed such emotions. If she wanted to, she could have been the heavenly emperor, but she didn't, and that was for many reasons. Firstly, she did not want to abandon her citizen status in the myriad emperor world after going through so much trouble. Secondly, and more importantly, she viewed the position of the other worlds as useless and less important than the one from the myriad emperor world. In her eyes, and the eyes of most of her peers, only the heavenly emperor from their home was the true emperor, and all the others were poor copies. And if she could not have the original, she did not want any other. There is also the fact that the benefit she received working in Wang Wei's court was much higher than if she were the emperor somewhere else. Tong Ruobing was the best proof of this. If not for her alliance with Wang Wei, she would have regretted starting her own court. Su Shi shook her head to remove all these unnecessary thoughts from her head and focus on the event. I'm expecting this event to take a while, so I've accelerated the time in here to ensure not too long passes outside, Wang Wei explained. He could sense the agitated emotions of a few people who were wondering whether he had organized this banquet to eliminate all of them. As if I needed to go to such lengths to kill every immortal in the lower dimension, Wang Wei sneered. He did one last check to ensure no problem occurred during this significant event. He checked on the people to prevent anyone from having nefarious thoughts. He checked on the sect's mortal disciples and elders hidden by his power on floating mountains next to this one. Finally, he checked on the dream world's broadcast and the entire lower dimension. Wang Wei then cast a protective spell that contained all his powers that covered every corner of the endless void to ensure no one interrupted this meeting. These are the rules, he declared. Each sermon will be between 3 to 3,000 years, with a break between 3 days to 300 years after each sermon for digestion. The length will be decided by heaven and earth itself, based on the amount of Dao rhymes you condense. Everyone entered a high alert state. In an event like this, with the most powerful and influential people of the lower dimension, there is nothing more embarrassing than having a short sermon. No matter what, the people present were the cream of the cream, meaning they had their own ego and pride. However, they could do nothing about the rules now, and they can only hope their sermons are not subpar. We will begin with the immortal paths. The first 1,000 preachers will be normal, followed by 1,000 swordsmen, then 1,000 professionals. We will repeat this pattern. The first professionals to preach are the alchemists. Once there are no immortal alchemists, it will be the array masters, weapon makers, talisman refiners, and the puppeteers. Many people were immediately not happy that swordsmen had their own category. However, Wang Wei did not care. Swordsmanship was the most popular weapon Dao, and their population was enormous compared to others. Sword Dao was not the most powerful simply because of the weapon, but because there have been so many swordsmen throughout history that the Dao has been elevated to a higher status due to how many skills, techniques, and scriptures were written. Once it's my turn, the spear will have its own section, and I'll make sure it has earned that position, Jin Mengyao thought with great dedication. Wang Wei waved his hand to assign numbers to the immortals. The first and last sermon will be chosen by me, but the rest will be randomly selected. Once it's your turn, you'll receive a direct message in your mind. We will start with Immortal Genie from the Red Sea world. A mass of clouds surrounded a scholarly-looking middle-aged man, elevating him 5 meters above the sky. He bowed to Wang Wei before immediately starting his sermon, Essence, Spirit, Qi, the essence of life and cultivation. The immortal path is also called the Qi path, making it seem like Qi dominates the other. But that's wrong. Heaven and earth is all about balance, and the same principles apply to the Qi path. The only difference is that we use Qi as the primary source to supplement our body, essence, and spirit, mind or soul. This is. As Jin Ye's words echoed throughout the mountain, Dao rhymes condensed from the sky, appearing similar to runes and beautiful music. The power of the Enlightenment tea and all the blessing methods of the banquet perfectly combined with the Dao rhymes to allow people to enter a deep state of epiphany. In that state, their normal state of cultivation, which is usually slow, boring, and even tedious, became the most enjoyable act in the world, given how easy and spiritually fulfilling it was. Everyone became engrossed in this sermon. Although it did not discuss a specific Dao, that was a pro instead of a con since it was applicable to everyone present, especially the part about maintaining the balance between the essence, spirit, and Qi. The process lasted over 1,600 years and a digestion period of 160 years. Once everyone woke up, they felt it was too short. One of the reasons cultivation in the lower dimension is so slow is the lack of conversation and exchanging ideas. It's also why the dream world was so successful. This banquet was even more direct in its approach, putting everyone together and forcing them to discuss cultivation and the Tao without any restraints or care of status, wealth, power, or faction. Jin Yi slowly descended to his seat before the clouds chose someone else. With Jin Yi as an example, these cultivators were comfortable, feeling they could do as good of a job as him, if not better. However, they all received an awakening. The second sermon only lasted 536 years. The third one went on for 345 years, the fourth one for 99 years, and the fifth one directly dropped to 3 years. That cultivator was so embarrassed that he did not open his eyes and closed off all his senses so as not to hear any comments or murmurs. Things became visibly worse after the fifth cultivator. Few people's sermons lasted for more than 3 digits. In fact, out of all 1,000 cultivators, there were more than 200 people who lasted 3 years, and only a total of 27 people lasted over 100 years, and no one reached 1,000 years like Jin Yi. The immortals immediately stopped comprehending while the swordsmen and the professionals were preaching, hoping to improve their sermons and avoid embarrassment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know if you report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1186 Dao Banquet, Breakthrough. Just like all immortals' path, the sword immortals were usually the embarrassment in a room, the butt of the joke, per se. The source of this disparity is that they've lost one of the core aspects of a swordsman, the Dao part. They must rely on their immortal Qi to replicate their former abilities and swordsmanship realm. Despite this flaw, they still considered themselves swordsmen and kept that mindset. They trained their Qi and their mind with such a mindset, thus still giving them a slight edge over regular immortals. However, the ones who truly shine in this banquet are the swordsmen with unique sword Qis. Wang Wei said he chose randomly the order of preaching, but that was really the case. It's more like an algorithm with the sole purpose of ensuring the best way for this banquet to proceed and be wildly successful. As such, a few unique sword immortals preached in the early stages of this round to rile up the crowd and set up some standards. Then, the algorithm chooses people it deduced who would have a lackluster performance and puts them first. No immortal sovereign appeared in the first round. The immortal swordsman's preaching session was mild above the first session, with only a few dozen 3-year sermons. The embarrassing/scaring tactic worked, and hopefully, by the end of this event, the number of these weak sermons will be reduced to single digits. The immortal alchemist's main focus was on Yen Liling's universal immortal runes, with everyone expressing their understanding and twists. The people from the myriad pill world took this opportunity to show the world why it was the center of alchemy in the lower dimension. This era almost destroyed their status and privileges. Luckily, they adapted in time and were not washed away by the tide of change. After a few rounds of exchange, it was time for the last alchemist to speak. While no one was paying attention, Yen Liling had a strange aura around her. A book materialized before her, and with the passage of time, more Tao rhymes entered her body and the book. The prototype is done, she thought, looking at the new, Pill Sage Sutra. Her new path of pill refining centered around her talent to read the mind. She created a way for materials to awaken a pill mind, essentially their spirituality or wisdom. However, such wisdom has an inherent purpose, to refine better pills. For example, if she was refining a basic blood replenishing pill with 3 ingredients, yang stems, water bead, and spirit root. All 3 materials would awaken their pill mind and gain sentience. However, their purpose will be to work with each other and the alchemist, Yen Liling in that scenario, to make the best pills. As long as someone masters this technique, it will be impossible to create a pill of lesser quality than perfect. And in a skilled alchemist's hands, it will be relatively easy to create true mortal perfection pills, not just the perfect quality dictated by the Alchemy Association. The next step is to take inspiration from the origin pill flame that can refine everything. Yen Liling thought. Her idea is that even if she awakened the pill mind on a non-alchemy material, it should slowly change its nature to become an alchemy material. To succeed, I must add a small portion of good fortune Tao. Creation would be best, however, that can be added once I'm an Empyrean using the Grand Mist Wheel. There was no need to incur the wrath of heaven by becoming an outlaw when there were alternatives. I'm getting over myself. There are still some problems. Yen Liling had to control herself not to get too far ahead. There were still some problems with awakening a pill mind for immortal grade materials as they actually resisted the destiny granted to them. Currently, she has no problem controlling immortal and Tao grade materials, but based on the simulation in her sea of consciousness, even the weakest emperor grade herb will revolt against her control. Because of this issue, she couldn't even tackle the most brilliant aspect of this technique, the alchemy mind. Yen Liling did not simply want her materials to gain wisdom, she wanted them to be born with an excellent talent for alchemy but also with vast knowledge and experience. Upon completion of this level of the Pill Sage Sutra, refining any pills will be like all the materials were as talented as her and devoted to helping her refine the best pill possible. Such an idea sounds absurd, but Yen Liling already has a direction. Fate Tao. The process of the materials awakening their alchemy mind will involve them sharing fate with her, thus acquiring their talent and knowledge. In fact, this is not even the final form of this scripture. Based on Yen Liling's imagination, the materials should awaken not only her alchemy knowledge but also other people and, if possible, the knowledge of true heavenly Tao. However, her idea for that stage of this scripture is only vague. She knows she might have to defeat other alchemists to build a database and add Heaven Tao to the mix. However, the small bit of Fate Tao added already made cultivating this technique a virtual nightmare. She could not fathom how many people would be able to cultivate it once it was truly finished. Regardless, she was happy with the outline she currently had and was more confident in walking the path of skills to achieve transcendence. Yen Liling readjusted her mood and concentrated. She was saddened that no more alchemists would preach but took comfort in learning by comparison to other professions. She also looked forward to alchemists from the other path. The sermons continued, and soon, the first person to reach 2,000 years appeared. To no one's surprise, it was an immortal sovereign. Once a person passed the 2,000-year threshold, the Tao rhymes resonated with each other, making the epiphany process deeper. In other words, it was easier for people to understand, digest, and benefit. While people rejoiced at this sermon, the immortal sovereign, a beautiful woman in all red, was not happy. She felt it was an insult for her not to reach the full 3,000-year mark. After all, she was technically tier 11. Sadly for her, her knowledge was severely limited since she spent all her life in the lower dimension. She, along with all the other sovereigns, does not even know what a person of their level is genuinely capable of. The sermon continued, and the lady proved she was among the best in her path. Most immortal sovereigns bordered 1,500 to 2,000 years, with the best being 2097 years from a talisman maker. Then, it was finally for the last person in that section to preach, and Wang Wei chose the Turtle King from the martial hegemony world. The Turtle King is, without a doubt, the oldest being in the lower dimension and the oldest immortal path practitioner. Many people, including Wang Wei, looked forward to his sermon, and he did not disappoint. The Turtle King could not show up with his real body and refused to take human form. Instead, he had to create a human clone to send in his place. His sermon lasted 2,907 years, creating the most intense Tao rhyme since the start of the event. However, even that was not the most impressive part of his sermon. The turtle had no reservations and discussed a special technique to condense a unique chi capable of granting a maximum battle boost of 30%. This boost is not a grand Tao boost, but such a technique is still appreciated since it could grant someone victory over a relatively equal opponent. The most impressive aspect of this technique is its universality. Soul path people can condense a unique soul chi or god chi, Tao ancestors can condense a world chi, heavenly kings can condense a king chi, and emperors can also have their own emperor chi. The Turtle King's sermon became the first major highlight of this banquet, making the martial artists from the martial hegemony world very happy and proud. Those rowdy martial artists would have made a scene if not for the grand occasion. Once everyone had digested the sermon, it was now the turn of the soul area. Although their path was on par with the Tao path, relatively speaking, it did not change the fact that they did not cultivate individual Tao. The luck area with the heavenly kings had the least number of people and appeared to be the group that should be next. However, they had their own Tao. In essence, the fortune path was an alternative to the Tao path. The heavenly kings used the luck from a dynasty to bear the power of the grand Tao source, while Tao ancestors used an inner world. If a heavenly king chose the same path as Dong Lifan to fuse their dynasty with their sea of consciousness, or even if they choose their bodies, they are essentially creating an alternate inner world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1187 Tao Banquet, Key Speakers. Wang Wei already knew who to choose as the last key speaker for the soul path, and that would be its founder, Xianxia. However, it took him some thought to choose the very first. There were few god kings in the first place, and the best originated from the divine race. So, he chose someone who could establish an excellent standard for that area. The preacher did an excellent job. His sermon was mainly about the soul, as this was their expertise. The young divine race, named Red Ocean, took a page out of Jean Yes' book and discussed the balance between the essence, spirit, and chi, but the main focus is the spirit instead. This sermon lasted 2,100 years. The rest of the soul area sermons involved four main topics: soul, incense, divine law, and divine will. Xianxia convinced his people to talk about the insurgent technique of condensing divine laws and wills in the hope of further increasing the strength of this divine path. Wang Wei's soul Tao benefited immensely from all these sermons about the soul and spirit. It did not take long for the soul area's turn to finish. They had their lows and highs, including their unique take on professions like alchemy that involved using faith in the process. Then, it was finally Xianxia's turn to speak. He took a moment to compose himself. One of his main goals was to expand the God path and make it as good as the Emperor path. However, as soon as he became the first God King, reality hit him, and he realized this goal was impossible. So, he focused on spreading his path and, at least, making it as good as the Tao path. Sadly, people would rather become Tao ancestors than God Kings. Many people would even walk the lesser paths because of how young his path was and the restraint of incense. The progress would have been even worse if not for his decision to ally with the soul race across the endless void due to their affinity to this path. Due to the current situation, Xianxia has been debating whether he should ascend to pursue the higher realms of this path or stay in the lower dimension to continue growing. And so far, he's leaning on staying. So far, this event has been going well regarding showing the strength of our path. Let's end things with a bang, just like the immortal path. Xianxia preached. As the founder of this path, he had the most profound sermons, continuing for as long as 2,800 years. However, they were not as impactful as the Turtle Kings. Xianxia sighed in regret. He did his best, but it was not enough. The next area was the luck area for the Heavenly Kings, and they were chosen because of their small numbers. Wang Wei chose Dong Lifan as the first speaker instead of the last. Despite being immortal, she preached for over 2,500 years, showing the world why her Tao tree was almost completely purple gold. The luck area's sermons could be considered an interim highlight of this event since they discussed the Grand Tao source and their understanding of luck. The last preacher lasted over 2,700 years before everyone moved on to the next area, the Primarchs. Wang Wei focused on this part since he still plans to understand the difference between heavenly, primordial, and Tao laws, Grand Tao source. He had even laid out the preliminary foundation for this process by recording the difference between the laws of all the worlds and communities in the lower dimension for study. The heaven law was unique and a fresh experience for the people present. However, the highlight of this section's sermon was their deep connection with heaven and earth. The Primarch path was something innate creatures created, which can be described as the bloodline immortality path. Innate demon gods loved nature and considered heaven and earth their mother, hence their closeness or affinity. Old families that survived the Null era dominated this section, and the Myriad Emperor world's ancient clan was the main lead but not the only one. The demon race also showed a great presence in this section as well, but they were still outdone by these clans. The Banquet was about to reach its first peak with the beginning of the Tao area. As he promised, Sage Duanru started this section. By now, he was only a soul as his body had already collapsed, but a holy release from his body, preventing anyone from underestimating him. Sage Duanru was known for his calligraphy, but his sermons contained various ideas and subjects. He first started with the way of governance, teaching how to rule and govern a government or any faction properly. He followed that with philosophy, which resembles a form of spiritual practice, before transitioning into things like painting, music, and, finally, calligraphy. His sermon did not seem disorganized because of these different ideas or subjects. Instead, they fit perfectly together as if they were one topic. Duan Ru's sermon lasted exactly 2,000 years, proving to the world he was worthy to be here and worth starting the Tao area. Interesting, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the Tao rhymes Duan Ru condensed. They are more active than others and even have a better effect on boosting people's comprehension. It seems heaven and earth acknowledge his status as a mortal sage. The sermon continued, and the Tao area, which had plenty of time to prepare, brought their best, their games, to say. The shortest sermon lasted 333 years, and there were plenty of people in the 1000s and 2000s year range. After the first 1000 Tao ancestors, it was the swordsman's turn, and Wang Wei chose his father as the first speaker. His record was the same as Dong Lifan, over 2,500 years, beating her by 12 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied since they could listen to a direct sermon from the man who pioneered the ultimate sword path. Even the extreme sword path individuals showed their respect. Although they scoffed at the part about the 12th realm of swordsmanship, they still listened so they could create countermeasures to these heretical bastards. The banquet continued, and many people in that area shone brightly. The insurgents of the Tao opening sect had no one who lasted less than 2,300 years, and people like Origin 1, Sword 1, and Desolate 1 reached the 2,900 mark, albeit the beginning. By all merit, this is the best session so far, Wang Wei thought, feeling the immense Tao rhymes condensing in the sect, baptizing the environment and the people. It was so dense that some spilled into the myriad emperor world, and this was not even the main event yet. If this is the result of one banquet, I cannot fathom how these lineages in the upper dimension are, Wang Wei thought. This banquet is monumental for the lower dimension but not the upper dimension. On the contrary, they should be more grandiose since some of these factions will have multiple paragons preaching. Yet, with all these advantages, cultivation still takes such a long time, Wang Wei sighed before focusing on the task at hand. Now, how to start the emperor area? He looked at all the people present before his eyes landed on the monk, Fengheng. Wang Wei noticed that the latter had a very peaceful and reassuring aura. It seems after succeeding in reviving Buddhism, the flaw in his Tao heart was fixed, and his state of mind reached a higher level. You're up first. Thank you, benefactor, for this honor, Fengheng nodded, before readjusting himself. What is the limit of the mind? Does it have a limit? The human mind, or its extension, imagination, has no boundaries or limits. It can create anything it pleases, it can. Fengheng's sermon was natural and effortless. The words came out of his mouth as if they were the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. Furthermore, everyone suddenly felt as if the effect of the enlightened tea strengthened for this particular sermon. No one had any trouble following his mind, and no one wasted this opportunity by focusing on improving their sermons. By now, if they were not ready, there was no hope. The emperor area had a major advantage by being the last section to go, meaning there was no excuse for a poor sermon. Fengheng focused on the mind, not the soul, except for their connection, before transitioning into the 5 elements and yin-yang Tao. He did not speak much on Buddhism to ensure the universality of his sermon. As he uttered his last words, 3,000 years had passed. The Tao rhymes resonated at an even higher intensity, giving the people an even better boost for the next 300 years they spent digesting. Why is it so short? That was everyone's main consensus once they opened their eyes. This was the longest sermon, but it felt so short to them. People looked at Fengheng with respect. They finally understood why Buddhism had such a major comeback despite its recent comeback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1188 Tao Banquet, Emperor's Sermons. The second person, after Fengheng, felt great pressure. It was inevitable after such a perfect sermon. They had no hope of reaching such a level and wished not to embarrass themselves. Luckily, fate and time were in their favor. The second sermon lasted 1800 years, which was very satisfactory. The emperor area soon proved extraordinary, as no one had a sermon that lasted more than 1,000 years. More Tao rhymes spilled into the myriad emperor world, making the entire world more extraordinary. There are usually only 3,800 great emperors in each generation, but this one was special, so the total number was 4,500 and extra 700. Considering the ones who hid themselves or died during all the wars, the number of participants was 4,250. The emperor area did not have enough people for rounds of 1,000, so things had to be adjusted to rounds of 200. With such a small population, the time for the first sword emperor to preach soon arrived, and Wang Wei chose a slightly controversial individual, Duge Jing. The Golden Sword Emperor was a controversial figure in the world of swordsmanship. Duge Jing was the second most powerful sword emperor in this generation and third overall in achievement behind Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang in pure sword skills. However, he's not a pure swordsman, meaning he was rejected by the extreme sword path. The ultimate path embraced him since he tempered his body, but they did not like that his main Tao was metal/gold and had nothing related to swordsmanship. Many people still considered him a sword user despite his skills and accomplishments. As such, the fact he was the first sword speaker was slightly controversial. However, Wang Wei did not care about all these things and directly chose him. Duge Jing proved his worth as he preached about swordsmanship and the metal Tao, lasting 2,933 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied with their sermon, while the metal Tao people almost cried tears of joy. 5 elements is still the most widespread Tao, so plenty of emperors and immortals of the metal Tao or 5 elements exist. The banquet continued with the current streak of a minimum of 1,000 years of preaching. The first wave of swordsmen was very rewarding since many people decided to use this event for a battle between the extreme and ultimate path. Soon, it was time for the first alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the heavenly emperor from the myriad pill world without hesitation. The elderly man lasted 2,915 years, slightly less than Du Gejing. However, his record was the second best so far in this section. The emperor area continued its brilliant streak, slowly pushing the event to its peak. There were not many alchemist emperors, meaning they only had one round. Then, it was time for the last alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the very best, Yan Liling. She was excited as this was an opportunity to reorganize her Pill Sage Sutra, which she had perfected the first volume after listening to so many brilliant minds. Her next focus was on the part involving Fate Tao, and she was confident in creating the outline/prototype after listening to her big brother's sermon. Yan Liling proved to the world why she deserved the title of Pill Sage Empress, as her sermon focused on fundamental skills for alchemists. These pill refiners felt as if they had returned to their young days when their teacher taught them the basics. At first, they were slightly disdainful. After all, they are great emperors, haven't they mastered the basics already? However, just as swordsmen can take basic skills and elevate them to the level of Tao, Yan Liling showed them there were levels to this. Many of them felt shameful and decided to focus more on the fundamentals from now on. Her sermon lasted 3,000 years, and she became the second person to achieve perfection in this banquet. The alchemists bowed to Yan Liling, and she calmly received them. The next 200 normal preachers were nothing special since Wang Wei saved the best for last. However, they did not embarrass this section by preserving the 3-digit roll. Next was the array master's turn, but their number was too small. In fact, the number of array masters, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and puppeteers barely reached 200, with only 5 people who proved the Tao with puppet Tao. So, Wang Wei combined them together into one group. This round of preaching was underwhelming because only talisman makers had a superstar. The best of them was a weapon refiner that lasted 2,700 years, and puppet Tao proved to be the weakest of the professions. Although Wang Wei's new way of fighting improved the status of puppeteers, it did not change the fact they were last in all areas. This fact might not change until Kai Song proves the Tao, and with her more loner/introverted personality, that might not change if she does not actively do something. Tong Ruobing was the last professional to preach. As expected, she was phenomenal. Her sermon focused more on runes to make it more universal for everyone, followed by the resonance with other Taos. She went on for 3,000 years, becoming the third perfection of this event. When she opened her eyes to see the vast Tao rhymes of the sect, she wished she could secretly steal some to bring back home. Once everyone digested this perfect sermon, the 200 regular preachers passed without any incident, and the general result was the best without anyone spending less than 1,500 years. It was now the swordsman's turn again, but they only had 23 people remaining, and each sermon was better than the previous until it was Ji Lanfang's turn. No matter how the extreme path swordsmen felt about Ji Lanfang, they must admit the man was powerful and talented. His sermon talked about the sermon, until he started talking about the heretical sword and sword realm. Regardless of how these people felt, Ji Lanfang had an excellent sermon. Sadly, it lasted 2,999 years, missing that mark on perfection. People felt it was a shame, but Ji Lanfang was relatively nonchalant about the result. The event continued, and only 2 people displayed extraordinary abilities, the twin barbarians. Fengheng did not kill them after rectifying Buddhism in their world, so they attended this event, both lasting 2,875 years. Finally, the event reached its concluding state, in which only the very best remained. In that group, the first to preach was Yi Dafa's wife, the 9th Serpent Empress. She preached for 2,976 years, focusing on bloodline, thus benefiting the demon race or other cultivators with a potent bloodline. The person after the Serpent Empress was Shi Qian, the only emperor of the light race. Her sermon garnered some attention since she focused on tricks of using karma to find your enemy's Tao imprints and kill them as soon as possible. She lasted 2,980 years. Wang Wei decided to have the woman first in the final section, so the third person was the demon-suppressing emperor. She talked about her status as human and heaven emperor, with a sprinkle about the spirit, drawing inspiration from her life and struggle. She went on for 2,985 years. Su Shi was next, and she talked about chaos. She made her sermon as universal as possible, with some emphasis on the Tao heart and its correlation with music. Her result was the same as Ji Lanfang's, 2,999 years. Shi Shangyan, the only member of the celestial race in the lower dimension, followed after the Void Time Empress. Her sermon was only 2,995 years old, but it was special because she improved the Turtle King's technique, allowing the maximum capacity to reach a 35% boost. Yu Yan was next, and she did not shame her son as her sermon reached 2,997 years. Raph, who was no longer a controversy because of her identity, was next, and she had the same result. She made the Neo-Devils proud. Hua Fenghuang was the last woman to preach. Her result was 2,998 years. It was finally the men's turn, and only 3 people remained, not counting Wang Wei. Mu Lei went first, and he lasted for 2,994 years. Yi Dafu, despite his personality not being suited for this kind of thing, preached for 2,997 years. He even included his fighting experience in the sermon. Finally, Ao Shen went last. His sermon was also about bloodlines, and he continued on for 2,998 years. It irked him that he had the same time as that woman, but he could do nothing now. Everyone opened their eyes as the main event was about to start. All eyes were on Wang Wei, waiting for him to speak. Before he could say something, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at Sage Duanru. The man had reached his limit and was about to dissipate and enter samsara. He pointed at him and bought him more time. Wang Wei then waved his hand to summon more enlightened tea. The guests were overjoyed and quickly drank it. They also felt anticipation for this last act. No, the act before the last. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1189 Tao Banquet, Tao Pillars. Let's start with essence. From the outside to the inside, our body is composed of skin. Although our body is mainly yang, like all things between heaven and earth, it's still balanced with a little yin. These are the yin aspects of the body. Cultivation is all evolution. Essence focuses on evolving internally, qi starts the evolution externally, and the spirit connects the two. Many people abandon cultivating the body after proving the Tao since they now exist on a conceptual level. But that is the wrong approach. The universe is all about balance, and To everyone's surprise, Wang Wei spent 3,000 years about essence, and the body refiners, who felt left out of this banquet, were the most excited. They finally had top-tier sermons dedicated solely to them. Moreover, the sermon was wonderful as it touched on countless ways to temper the body without any hidden injuries. Wang Wei even talked in detail about the true power Tao realm. Spirit, Wang Wei said. Although I said it's the link between essence and qi, that's also an oversimplification. What is the difference between the mind and the soul? Is spirit the synonym of mind? Of the soul? The slight difference between these words contained the essence of spirit. The soul is the origin, the root of the mind, spirit, consciousness, and how we perceive reality. The mind is. Another 3,000 years passed by, and Wang Wei showed the world his deep understanding of the soul. The Tao rhymes he condensed formed a strange circle above the banquet, but no one noticed this phenomenon. By now, people had some expectations of how long and profound this sermon would be, so they focused on not missing anything and regretted it for the rest of their lives. Qi, Wang Wei stated, without giving anyone time to breathe. It's not just the energy found in nature. Once again, that is an oversimplification. It's the breath of life that keeps our bodies and minds functioning. It's the very breath that heaven and earth exhaled, the foundation of all living creatures, sentient or not. It is the main key to the path of cultivation, to our continued evolution. Qi is the most versatile and malleable matter in existence. It can change based on the environment, the individual, and even your thoughts and emotions. It is. As he uttered his last word, the attendants had experienced 9,000 years of top-tier sermons. These people could not wait to record what the Supreme Emperor said and leave it for their sect as a foundation. Although it would take a lot of effort and resources to perfectly record this kind of sermon, it will be worth it. These people did not trust the dream world to record the experience better than those who experienced it personally. Dao, Wang Wei uttered, and the crowd almost cheered. They thought this was the limit. They immediately focused and listened as much as possible. Fate of fire, fate of yin-yang, fate of space-time, Wang Wei continued. All Daos may be different, but their destination is the same: use your Dao to affect, use, or control other Daos. All cultivators must strive to break the inherent definition of their Daos and elevate them to concepts and ideas surpassing their limits. For example, flame Daos essence is to burn. A normal cultivator will focus on that aspect and increase the intensity of their flames. A decent cultivator will tap into the explosive nature of fire, and a genius will focus on its ability to spread. However, a heaven chosen will not be limited by the natural characteristic of the flame. There is a common saying, his anger burned as bright as flames. In truth, flames have nothing to do with anger, but it's often associated with it. After removing the limit of your Tao, you can condense flames of anger, meaning you've used your flame to tap into the 7 emotions 6 desires Tao. In many stories, myths, legends, and mortal civilization, flame is associated with the beginning of life. Terms like, flame of life, to refer to a person's vitality or life are common. By breaking your limit, you can condense a life flame, and thus succeed in tapping into life Tao with the flame Tao. Flames can kill or even destroy things. In other words, flame Tao can tap into death and even destruction Tao. The fire Tao is not the only one with this ability, all Taos can. Some are inherently better at this concept than others, but it applies to all of them. Success depends entirely on the cultivator's willingness to open their mind. Wang Wei continued his sermon, creating a clear path for everyone present for them to elevate their utilization of their Tao to a higher level. As for the top genius who was already at this level, he also showed them the deeper levels. Once the 3,000 years ended, the people spent 1,200 years digesting everything, and they all felt the time was too short. Suddenly, the sky changed as the Tao rhymes condensed from this 12,000-year sermon vibrated intently, releasing an intense purple light that could be considered a vision. Then, under everyone's gaze, the Tao rhymes turned into 4 Tao pillars that perfectly recorded the sermon. Better yet, these pillars were probably blessed by heaven and earth to make it easier to comprehend. Everyone was immediately jealous, but Wang Wei calmly waved his hand to create another floating mountain and placed the pillars there. He also placed formation around the mountain with a snap of his finger. That was unexpected, Wang Wei thought. Could something similar happen to all the Tao rhymes from this banquet? Let's wait and see. Everyone looked at this change with different eyes, especially Tong Ruobing. What are you thinking? Mu Lei asked. What do you mean? You have that same look when thinking something out of pocket or crazy. It's nothing like that, she replied. Come on. I know you better than this, he added. Fine. I'm thinking of holding my own banquet. Mu Lei was speechless. Are you crazy? I'm not. Don't you understand that any banquet after this one will pale in comparison? Plus, who will come to our banquet? We do not have the status to invite so many people. You may not, but I do. Mu Lei was not stupid and immediately understood what she meant. You want to invite the talisman emperors? Not just them, she replied. I'm deeply respected in the talisman community, and after this banquet, I also have some pull in other professions. If I invited them, especially with the promise to share the Tao rhymes, it's possible to have a small banquet. Although it will pale compared to this one, no one should expect to reach this level, probably ever. Her main objective is to benefit the great talisman city, especially since there are a few complaints that she did not do enough because of her role as the queen in another world community. It could work, Mu Lei said. But you would have to wait for a while until the effect of this one abates. You're right, but I also need to start contacting these people immediately since most of them are probably preparing to ascend, Tong Ruobing added. But what about Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect? What are you going to do with them? I doubt Wang Wei will care since I won't be the only person with this idea. The problem is if we want our small banquet to be official and posted in the dream world, we can't move around them, Tong Ruobing said before sighing. In fact, the best way for this to succeed would be to invite Yan Liling. However, she would lose too much Dao rhymes if he invited the latter. While everyone was distracted by the Dao pillars or thinking about possibly having their own small banquet, Sage Duan Russ Soul suddenly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Dao. People secretly criticized that shrewd mortal. All 100 million or more immortals stood up and bowed to Wang Wei. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Dao. Their voices formed a cacophony of beautiful sounds that spread throughout heaven and earth. It was beautiful seeing so many powerful entities bowing to one person. However, Wang Wei was calm. After all, this was not the first time, and it definitely won't be the last. At this point in his life, glory and worship were normal things, and as he became more powerful, even more powerful beings would bow to him until one day, even Grand Dao would have no choice but to do the same. You're welcome, Wang Wei nodded before giving him another blessing to continue his soul. But as I hinted, I'm not today's main event. The people then remembered there was still one more guest to appear, and they were curious who was nobler than the Supreme Emperor to be the final guest of such an event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1190 Dao Banquet, Paragon's Sermon. Your Majesty, if you don't mind me asking, who is this noble guest? Asked a heavenly king who felt that Sage Duanru might ask the same question if he gave him time. An honored paragon, Wang Wei calmly responded. However, most people gave him a blank and confused face. I guess I can tell you this information for free. Do you know the realms after Great Emperor? Most people were once again confused, but someone said. I once heard the word, Empyrean, but that's all I know. That is correct, Wang Wei nodded. Once your luck is enough, and your cultivation reaches 70% Grand Dao source, you must survive the immemorial tribulation and condense the Grand Mist will to gain the power of creation, then you'll become an Empyrean. Wang Wei paused to give them thoughts to process this information. After 90% Grand Dao source and other factors, you'll become a paragon and stand at the top of the universe. Everyone was shocked before thinking how such a being could attend their little banquet. They should be nothing but ants before someone who stands at the pinnacle of the universe. These people immediately reached the conclusion that Wang Wei might have contacted his ancestors in the upper dimension and invited them despite the blockage of the lower dimension. Wang Wei guessed what they were thinking, but he did not explain any further. It's your luck to have such a cultivator preaching to you. So, let's not waste time and take full advantage of this situation. Wang Wei's cushion flew from the small podium and sat before everyone, facing the podium. He stood up and waited. Everyone immediately followed him, and less than 30 seconds later, Chen Tong's handsome face appeared on the podium. He looked ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him. As strong as the Supreme Emperor is, people can still feel his presence, especially that perfect aura on his body that can be intoxicating. However, this man had nothing. They saw him but could not detect him. It was like he existed in a realm beyond their sights, thoughts, souls, and even existence. Thank you again, Lord Shentong, Wang Wei said as he cupped his hand to salute. Thank you, Lord Shentong, the crowd followed. However, they were not as bold as Wang Wei and bowed 90 degrees, some even kowtowed. No problem, Shentong nodded. I've been observing the lower dimension for a long time, and as you said, this is indeed the most wonderful generation of emperors. This banquet immediately became an odd sight as these old immortals, who have lived for billions of years or more, became shy or read out of embarrassment with one comment. Some immediately became proud. However, the more level-headed individuals knew why this generation was so exceptional, so they glanced at the Supreme Emperor. "Alright, let's get started," Cheng Tong announced. His projections sat on the podium and began preaching. What is cultivation? Today, we will explore this topic. I will explain my understanding, along with a detailed explanation of the path of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. As soon as Cheng Tong started, the Tao rhymes he produced condensed into golden lotus flowers that blessed everyone present. A silent cry of joy emanated from heaven and earth as a result, but only people like Wang Wei, Yan Liling, and Cheng Tong noticed. The cultivators, who were in a deep state of epiphany, quickly felt the sermon was somewhat similar to Wang Wei. Cheng Tong talked about essence, qi, and spirit but focused on how these things applied to cultivators from Tier 1 to higher levels. There are many cultivation systems in the lower dimension, and his sermon was a way to be universal to everyone. Once the sermon reached the part about Tier 10, Emperor Realm, Cheng Tong did not talk much about Taos but focused on every aspect of the Emperor Realm: Tao body, awakening, soul, Tao will manifestation, true will, battle realm, and Tao imprint. He was very detailed, and Wang Wei learned a great deal. Everyone waited in anticipation once Cheng Tong finished talking about Tao imprints. They thought they would immediately get a look into the next realm, but Cheng Tong then started talking about the Tao, mainly the soul Tao. He started with the basic laws until they reached the level of grand Tao source. The soul was a Tao applicable to everyone, so Cheng Tong focused on using and growing the soul, which was very helpful to most people at this banquet. Finally, Cheng Tong talked about the Empyrean realm. He first talked about tips on surviving the immemorial tribulations, including what level of Tao heart someone must have before even attempting the breakthrough. He continued preaching about how things like the awakening evolved after becoming an Empyrean. He talked about the role of the Grand Mist Wheel in general, especially how to condense it. He touched on how the wheel affects other aspects of an Empyrean, for example, battle and use of resources. Cheng Tong even discussed the differences between normal and everlasting Empyreans. Finally, Cheng Tong talked about the requirements for becoming a Paragon. Most people were confused by the Empyrean sermon, so they opted to memorize the information to use later. As such, they were even more confused about the complexity of the Paragon realm sermon, besides the basic info. Even Wang Wei could not keep up with the Paragon tier sermon. Luckily for him, Cheng Tong talked about Soul Tao, one of his sub-Taos, and his sealed soul, which was also Paragon tier. As such, he used this sermon to map out an outline for his Soul Tao and just recorded the parts he did not understand under certain categories of his outline. 30,000 years, Cheng Tong declared. I think that's more than enough. Some of you cannot understand what I've said, but that's fine. It'll help you remember everything. He pointed to the sky to manifest a circle. All the immortals immediately felt it was easy to record the entire in their souls. Li Jun looked at his wife and hesitated. He then looked at Wang Wei. Brother, should we? He understood it might be impossible to hide divine sense communication under the nose of a paragon, but he had no other choice. He was not his big brother, so he couldn't record everything from this sermon. No problem, Wang Wei nodded before talking to his mother. You can record it, but there is no need to burden father's weak soul. Alright, Yu Yan nodded. You know I'm still here, right? Quiet, Yu Yan said. So, Cheng Tong's main Tao is soul? Wang Wei thought. This was the only explanation given that his understanding of the subject had reached 90% or more. Or, he has lived long enough that his sub-Taos also reached the Paragon realm. Wang Wei leaned on the former since such a deep understanding of the soul could explain Cheng Tong's secret technique that granted him so much freedom despite being in limbo. Thank you, Lord Cheng Tong, for the great sermon, Wang Wei said, actually quite sincere. He's the one who benefited the most from it, and he even believed that Cheng Tong tailored to ensure that happened. Of course, this will not change the latter's fate, especially after Cheng Tong tries to make his friends and loved ones owe him more karma with that last stunt. The participants followed Wang Wei's example and saluted, and Cheng Tong smiled. All of you have a long path ahead of you. Keep moving forward and never give up because of the adversity. Cheng Tong disappeared, and Wang Wei frowned. He saw that most of the Tao rhymes from the lotus disappeared, and only a small part entered the Tao opening sect. I figure true heavenly Tao wouldn't allow such a level of Tao rhymes in the lower dimension. But it still hurts. Paragons can send projection in the lower dimension, so why have they never preached and left such intense Tao rhymes to their sect? Because it was pointless. Wang Wei shook his head before slowly returning to his seat. The event had finished, but there was still something he wanted to do before dismissing everybody. He waved his hand to summon a jar of wine. Although it was not as good as the one served in the banquet, it was still top-of-the-line emperor-grade wine. Firstly, I would like to thank you for not only giving me face and attending this banquet but for all the things we've accomplished in this era. I could not have done so without all of you. Wang Wei raised his wine to everyone before drinking. It was our honor, Your Majesty. Everyone chugged the wine. What an honor to be served by such a legendary character. Now, for the main business, Wang Wei announced. However, before he could speak, the sky suddenly changed as another vision manifested. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191, Prestigious Generation. Everybody turned to the sky to see the eye of Grand Tao manifesting. Puzzled by its appearance, they wondered whether something important had happened. After all, this banquet did not seem important enough for it to appear physically, unless you count the appearance of Lord Paragon. I now grant, a booming voice echoed throughout the lower dimension. The voice was powerful, cold, and noble, but that was not what shocked everybody. These cultivators never knew true heavenly Tao was capable of speaking. Manifesting was one thing, but speaking was another. Even Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He knew true heavenly Tao could speak, but it was extremely rare. It only happened once in her lifetime. So, he immediately guessed what was going to happen. This generation, the title of prestigious, the voice continued. All heaven and earth will now celebrate. Visions that covered the endless void manifested from the myriad emperor world before spreading. The effect of this title immediately started with people like Li Jun, Yan Liling, Yu Yan, Su Shi, Feng Heng, Hua Feng Huang, Ao Shen, Tong Ruobing, Mu Lei, Ji Lanfang, Yi Dafu, Shi Qian, the demon-suppressing emperor, the barbarian twins, Shi Shangyan, Hong Meilin, Raf, Dong Lifen, and Wang Tian. Their multicolored Shi-Luck dragon manifested above their heads before half of it rapidly turned white. Before this banquet, they might not have known what this meant, but it was different now, Empyrean Tier Luck. The title gave them the luck level of an Empyrean, making their path to Tier 11 less challenging. True heavenly Tao seems very generous, Wang Wei thought, feeling some people should not be on this list. However, after thinking about it, there might be a reason. They made sense somehow. Shi Qian revived the light race in this era. The demon-suppressing emperor was the first human emperor of this generation. The barbarian twins, despite choosing the wrong side of history, created a new and unique branch of history. So, they do deserve their blessing. Once these changes ended, a few lights descended from the sky to 5 people, Hong Meiling, Yu Yan, Wang Tian, Dong Lifen, and Feng Heng. All these people were then granted a longevity resource or extra life. So, the people who contributed the most to sealing that eldritch abomination? I hope Wang Ju gets her reward in her next life, Wang Wei thought. Once these people were rewarded, the title's effect focused on the rest of the emperors and immortals of that era. True heavenly Tao was very generous in its reward. Most of these people received some luck blessing, followed by physical rewards. For example, rare pills, weapons, talismans, information about fortunate encounters, and even a small amount of merit. Meanwhile, Liang Shixiang, the founder of the God Path, had his Qi-Luck dragon turn silver, indicating his path to Tier 11 was also more worry-free than others. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This man would have had a bright future had he walked both the Soul and Emperor path, which Heavenly Tao would have allowed as the founder of that path. Sadly, his aversion to the Emperor was ingrained in his soul, thus limiting his future prospects. Well, at least, to Wang Wei's eyes. Suya watched everything with gritted teeth. Everyone received a small blessing, even the mortals or people who were not born in this era. It seems the requirements were for anyone who participated in this era in some way or another. Did I make the wrong choice? She asked herself. Watching her peers advance further than her was already hard enough. But now, she saw how much Heavenly Tao loved this generation and generously blessed them, paving their future path. Suya turned her head to glance at the mortal who received the greatest blessing, Kai Song. Her jealousy suddenly intensified. Suya understood why the title affected her on such a large scale. After all, Kai Song was to the puppet Dao community what Yen Liling and Tong Ruobing were to alchemy and talisman. The only exception was how introverted she was, thus reducing her presence and making her accomplishments appear less impressive. In fact, her accomplishments could be argued to be even more impressive because puppet Dao is weak and underdeveloped, and she was rapidly pushing it to higher heights. Calm down, Suya reminded herself as she slowly controlled her emotions. Since you've chosen that path, there is no need to hesitate or have regrets. She only needs to wait for the generation after Wang Tian to prove the Dao and rule over the court before ascending. This won't take long, meaning she still has a chance to catch up and show her presence in the upper dimension stage. Besides Suya, Wang Wei was also checking out Kai Song as her blessing was the most unique. From his deduction, hers was conditional. After proving the Dao, she can also receive Empyrean luck if she develops puppet Dao sufficiently. If not, her blessing will just be an ordinary one. Has Grand Dao noticed Kai Song's importance and is also scheming for her? Wang Wei thought, feeling suspicious. Kai Song can potentially become the cultivator world's version of Skynet, mass manufacturing Paragon tier puppets and becoming his war assembly. Maybe I should prepare for the possibility of her changing side, Wang Wei thought. If Kai Song somehow ended up on Grand Dao's side, it might be catastrophic for him. Replacing her is one solution, but an even better one would be an idea or concept on par with her potential. So, what can rival Skynet in terms of war potential? Wang Wei immediately had an answer, Zerg Hive Mind. If I can make the cultivation version of that thing, I will be unstoppable, especially if Kai Song remains by my side, Wang Wei thought before hiding this idea in the deepest crevice of his soul. He won't entertain these thoughts again until he's taken a few steps into the transcendence realm. After true heavenly Dao rewarded everybody, it was finally time for the main event, Wang Wei. He's the man single-handed responsible for pushing this generation to such height. It was unimportant whether he did it purposely or unconsciously due to his actions and presence. A golden light enveloped Wang Wei, and the title gave him 3 blessings or gifts. Firstly, it gave him a pill called the Dragon Phoenix Rising Pill with the effect of raising his cultivation by 1 layer without any negative consequences. Wang Wei immediately decided to take it once he reached the 9th level of the Dragon Phoenix realm. The second blessing was to elevate his 1 life from his accomplishment as a mortal emperor to rank 3, meaning that even after becoming a paragon, this life is still useful. Wang Wei was surprised and grateful for this gift. He was about to become an Empyrean, and his extra lives would soon become useless unless he updated them, which is not an easy feat as the higher the realm, the more strict true heavenly Dao is about extra lives. The last gift Wang Wei received was extra time to contemplate on his true self, when he's breaking into the next realm. Wang Wei was pleased with this reward despite not needing it since he could use the extra time to see if he could tap into the mystery needed to become a boundless paragon. It seems that I don't have to worry much about my relationship with true heavenly Dao, Wang Wei concluded. After what happened with the death world, he's been suspicious of anything related to Grand Dao. He has reduced his suspicions to the lowest but is still on guard. After all, it's still possible the latter was trying to get him to lower his guard. After Wang Wei's blessing, the eye of heavenly Dao dissipated from sight, but the visions continued for a few more minutes, leaving everyone to their thought. Wang Wei was thinking about the only other time true heavenly Dao spoke, and it was when it granted his ancestors' generation in the upper dimension the title of the Golden Generation, which is leagues ahead of this prestigious generation title. Have you noticed? Tong Ruobing asked. What? Mu Lei responded. he didn't receive any luck blessing. So? Then, it suddenly dawned on him. Are you implying it's because he didn't need it? Not just that, Tong Ruobing added. It would make sense to give him some luck even if it's already on par with an Empyrean, since that would help with the next realm, but nothing. So, that can only mean two things. True heavenly Tao doesn't want to reward him with luck for whatever reason, or, he still doesn't need it even for the Paragon realm. Mu Lei finished her sentence, immediately quieting afterward. It's frustrating, isn't it? Tong Ruobing sighed. We know he's better than us, but our pride will not allow us to give up without a fight. But with each passing day, each new achievement, and each new piece of information revealed about him, it becomes increasingly more difficult to keep that competitive spirit. Mu Lei held her hands for support since that was the only thing he could do. He talked to her about this many times, but she refused to abandon that competitive spirit, so she could only suffer in silence since that's her chosen path. Well, not in silence since he will be with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1192 Final Preparations Before Retreating. Once everyone processed what had just happened, Wang Wei decided to continue with his banquet. Many of you are about to ascend, and if you had paid attention, you would know the current situation of the upper world is not peaceful. Most people nodded since they knew of this, but a few people were confused as they had never heard of such a thing. Despite the different reactions, these cultivators wondered why the emperor brought up this topic. However, a few people immediately guessed what he was about to do, and they were speechless. I'm a kind soul, so I've decided to sell some information about the current state of the upper dimension to help you acclimate. He snapped his finger to manifest a screen with writings. Basic information. This information is only the most basic of the current situation of the upper dimension. Although basic, such information is still well kept under wrap and will require a steep price to acquire. Prices equals Advance Edition, deeper knowledge of the situation, including the interpersonal information of the factions involved. There are also some suggestions on the best way to act after ascending to ensure safety and survival. Price equals Ultimate Edition. This edition contains some world history to help you understand the conflict better. Don't underestimate this small change since the parties involved have destroyed and rewritten history. More importantly, this edition contains countless deductions and analyses on all parties involved. Warning, these deductions are not 100% accurate since Paragon-level entities are involved, and my information source is also limited. Price equals Everyone looked at this screen, baffled beyond words. Don't look at me like this, Wang Wei shrugged. You saw how expensive this banquet was. I need to recuperate the cost somehow. Yu Yan was mortified beyond words. She asked her husband through divine sense, we raised him correctly, right? He never lacked anything, right? So, why? We can't blame ourselves since that's probably something he picked up in his previous life, Wang Tian reassured her. Plus, we should see it as good business acumen and learn from him. How on earth could we learn from him? How about I sell signed swords, Wang Tian replied after thinking for a few seconds. Who would buy that? Many people, especially if I had a bit of my sword will and understanding into the signature. Yu Yan looked at him. I never knew you had this side of you. What can I say? Wire has rubbed off me quite well. They laughed before focusing on the present. One more thing, Wang Wei added. For those people who think that they don't need this information since their lineage in the upper dimension will just clue them in. Well, you're in for a great shock. Most of these factions were forced to close their borders and seal themselves. You'll be lucky if you can contact them, let alone them responding. What? Your Majesty, you're not lying, are you? We don't mean to question, but this is hard to believe. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei calmly said. However, the current situation is not something that only recently developed. No, the situation has been this way for years. However, things recently exploded since a new era is about to open in the upper dimension. These people squinted. The change of an era is usually accompanied by blood, violence, chaos, and war. A perfect example is the current Heavenly Emperor era. The entire lower dimension was enveloped in war, and countless people died. Now, once the same thing happens in the upper dimension, these people cannot imagine the scale and terror, especially after having the sermon from Lord Shintong. Without a choice, they looked at the screen before them. Your Majesty, why is the price thrice as high if we don't use merit to pay? Someone asked. Merit became more common in this era, so a market with clear values was created for the exchange, and the dream world served as a platform and guarantee for the price and the process. What do you think? Wang Wei replied back. This guy acted as if he did not know good business practices. Everyone was speechless. The grandeur and generosity of the banquet made these people forget that their supreme emperor was a shameless business at his core. People sighed before buying the information. Most bought the basic tier since most immortals were not ascending. They only wanted to be informed of the situation since it might also affect their lineage. A few wise ones gritted their teeth to buy the advanced edition. Only people like Su Shi and Ao Shen knew the importance of Wang Wei's deduction and bought the ultimate edition. Then, a torrent of killing intent flashed in the room before disappearing. These people had just learned that a group of 7 people was blocking their cultivation path. According to his news, they would be lucky to become Empyrean, but the path of Paragon was cut off to them. Your Majesty, this does not make sense. How can 7 people control the upper dimension? How about our ancestors? Has no one become a Paragon? Your cheap ass bought the most basic tier, so of course, you're not privy to the truth, Wang Wei replied. The person who asked the question turned red in embarrassment before gritting his teeth to buy the ultimate edition. Many people followed him and either bought the advance or the ultimate edition. However, they now had to pay for 2 tiers since it was written in bold that they had to pay full price because of their stupid decision. That's more like it, Wang Wei nodded, very satisfied as he looked that everyone had at least bought 1 tier. He thought someone like Xianxia would not be interested, but the latter did not hesitate to buy the ultimate edition. He waved his hand to collect his merit and the emperor materials from those who chose that payment method. This is it for now, Wang Wei announced. We will meet in the upper dimension. I hope you're alive by then. More importantly, I hope you're on the right side of history. These cultivators felt a chill down their sides as they immediately understood what side the Supreme Emperor was. Your Majesty, is there a chance for us to work together again? Huh? I thought you would be sick of me by now. The female emperor who asked this question chuckled. Although His Majesty is, well, quirky, you always follow the principle that everyone benefits. You never abused your power and left us with absolutely nothing, even though you always had the power. I think most people would trust you more than, I don't know, the rebellion. I didn't know I was this good, Wang Wei's narcissism activated. He then looked at this woman, thinking how ambitious she was. I can tell you honestly that I won't ascend until I reach the next realm, and that will take some time for many of you to change your mind. So, let's wait until I ascend to have this kind of conversation. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty, for entertaining me. Wang Wei nodded. Everyone can leave except for Sage Duanru and Xianxia. The participants swiftly glanced at these 2 before rapidly departing. Today's event had too many consequences, and they needed time to digest and plan their future. Your Majesty, thank you for everything, Sage Duanru bowed. No need since you deserve it, Wang Wei replied before getting into the topic. He isolated sounds from their conversation before asking, You're planning to reincarnate and start cultivating? That is correct. Have you thought of an alternate method of proving the Tao? Are you talking about merit? No. I mean to stay immortal and continue understanding mortal arts and crafts until you're on par with an eternal emperor. Is that possible? You would need to reincarnate a few times, but once you succeed, Heavenly Tao will lower a heaven will for you, and you'll become a unique emperor that has created a new path. I never thought of that, Duanru replied with shining eyes. This path seems perfect for me. Duanru never believed mortals were inferior to cultivators, so he never used his success and power to acquire an arc and cultivate in this generation. He wanted to have great accomplishments in this life as a mortal and start the next as a cultivator. Are you sure? This path won't be easy. Wang Wei was relieved he would not need to convince him, but he also wanted to remind him that this was not a simple feat to accomplish. I understand, and am willing. Good. It'll give you a blessing so that you're born with the memories of your past life and a curse so that you're always born as a mortal. We don't want to ruin everything due to temptation or someone forcing you to cultivate. I understand, and am thankful, Duan Ru bowed. Wang Wei released a black and white light into his body. Do you want to see your family before reincarnating? No need. Duan Ru had expected he would not return home and had settled his affairs. Wang Wei nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a portal from Samsara manifested and swallowed Sage Duan Ru. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1193 Final Preparations Before Retreating, 2. It'll be brief, Wang Wei stated, looking directly into Xianxia's eyes. I heard rumors that the Celestial clan secretly sells potent emperor cheese. Is that true? Xianxia frowned. The clan did not tell me much about their actions, but it's very likely. We've used similar methods throughout history, especially during periods of chaos and strife. It seems she's telling the truth, but why is the Celestial clan leaving her out of such information? Wang Wei thought. Is it some kind of tactic to protect her, or because she's too weak and not part of the clan's core? It then suddenly dawned on him that the cultivation realms of the Great Emperor are considered upper middle class and not privileged to be the leaders of these top lineages. Even if Xianxia is extremely talented among the celestial race, she will not be treated as a leader unless it is a special occasion. Currently, the power ceiling of most lineages is the Empyrean realm, meaning great emperors have become much more valuable. It could be a problem if the celestial race has not changed their mindset to adapt to the current situation. However, Wang Wei did not immediately accept this deduction of the celestial race as it was still possible that Xianxia did not have access to such high-level knowledge because of her location in the lower dimension. Are you interested in continuing our alliance after ascending? Wang Wei asked. You want us to sell special qi directly to you? Correct. No problem, Xianxia directly agreed. She would have brought up continuing the alliance if he didn't. After all, her main objective was to find the destined individual to end the era and form strong ties with him. That was quick. It's a beneficial deal for both of us, so I don't see why not. Good point, Wang Wei nodded. They chatted for a few seconds before Xianxia left. Truth be told, Wang Wei was not that interested in the celestial race's cheese. With his qi flower ability, he could do the same business and take a decent portion of the market. However, he was interested in getting to know the celestial race. He wanted to get close to them to determine what role they would play in the upcoming events. Wang Wei glanced at the Dao rhymes on the entire sect. He had felt there would be a sudden change in these things but stopped the process now that so many people were around. Everybody knew the Dao opening sect was the most powerful and wondrous lineage in the lower dimension. However, he still wanted to reduce people's jealousy and desire for his sect's foundation. He watched as these Dao rhymes condensed into a secret realm, creating the perfect environment for cultivating, especially comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. He pointed at the secret realm to mold it into a towering mountain with 10,000 stairs. The higher the stairs, the more intense the benefit of the Dao rhymes became. Wang Wei then added a formation that will release a spiritual pressure to test the disciples. They can ascend the stairs and receive the benefits by overcoming the pressure. The spiritual pressure is also an excellent way to strengthen the mind, soul, and spirit, and even have some effect on the Dao heart. The last step, he muttered before proceeding to fuse the 4 Dao pillars to this secret realm, further increasing the boost this place was already granting. Now, after a disciple or elder reaches a particular step, they can focus on comprehending the 4 pillars. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered before suddenly thinking of an idea, so he once again pointed at this new secret realm. One of the preparations he made for his retreat was to copy the laws of every world in different world communities with the purpose of bettering his Tao by comparing the slight differences between worlds and world communities. He added this copy to this secret realm. In other words, the users of this place can contemplate cultivation techniques, regular Tao/law, the four pillars that embodied his sermon, or the differences between the laws of different worlds in the lower dimension. Let's call it the Tao Blessing Grotto Heaven, Wang Wei muttered, satisfied with the name. As for the rules and requirements to use this Grotto Heaven, that was someone else's problem. Now that I'm here, I might as well do some work so I don't have to do them later, Wang Wei muttered before focusing on the sect's secret archive/library. With one thought, Wang Wei expanded the place in the library by at least 1,000,000 times before placing copies of all the cultivation techniques of the lower dimension. He put a restriction on the library so that no one can easily reveal its existence or spread the knowledge it contains. Wang Wei placed his palm forward, summoning a phantom of a branch of the River of Fate. However, this was not a small branch but the one controlling the entire lower dimension. He immediately played with the strings, rapidly manipulating history by deleting certain information about the Tao opening sect. It was good to be the tallest tree in the forest, but he also wanted to protect from people who wanted to cut down that tree. His actions drastically reduced the temptations of these people. No one noticed how he manipulated time and changed history, and that's exactly what Wang Wei wanted. Finally, he left the banquet area and checked on the sect before seeing his parents and entering a retreat. He met the steward, who counted every table from the banquet, ensuring they didn't lose any money. Wang Wei gave him some of the resources he did not need from the previous information sold before running away. The steward started to complain to him about how the lavishness of his banquet had set up an unwelcome precedent, and he was not too happy about how many times he would have to organize these banquets. After having dinner with his parents, Li Jun and Yan Liling, Wang Wei checked on Han Shun, who was the final winner and absorbed Wang Just's inner world and became the new Fate One. However, Wang Wei gave him the Fate 2 title out of respect for Wang Just's years of service. According to the sect's rules, Wang Wei was about to ascend, so he needed to prepare to hand over his intelligence organization to the next sect master. Wang Wei had no problem with that since he would need to start over in the upper dimension. However, the current issue is his father will once again take the sect master position after proving the Tao. However, he did not want the responsibility before the heaven will battle. In other words, someone else needed to replace him during that period. Unfortunately, no one has decided on the next candidate yet. The best options were Kai Song and Jun Menyao, but none wanted to since they would have to again once it was their time to prove the Tao. Dong Lifen was suggested, but she also rejected the idea for the same reason as the others. Everyone wanted Wang Wei to choose, but he told them just to hold an election trial. He only focused on ensuring the Fate Shadow Guards would be loyal to the next sect master. Of course, he will take a few people with him to start the expansion in the upper dimension. Wang Wei's next destination was the slaughter trial. "Why are you here?" Chen Tong asked, genuinely puzzled. "I came to thank you for the sermon." "There is no need for that." "No, truly. You've saved me a lot of time, effort, and resources. For that, I'm very thankful," Wang Wei said sincerely. "Is that so?" "Well, I accept your sincerity," the Paragon nodded. "It's a shame." "What is it?" Chen Tong asked, further confused. "That your presence has become unpleasant and unwanted," Wang Wei replied calmly. Chen Tong immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The slaughter trial's continent was already surrounded by a mysterious power, which turned into runes. "What is the meaning of this? Do you think what you've done is enough to pay the debt between us? To pay for 2, maybe 3 ideas on how to achieve transcendence?" Wang Wei sneered while Chen Tong's face contorted in anger and embarrassment. "What do you want?" Chen Tong asked. "You tell me. What price will some paragons be willing to offer for my ideas?" Chen Tong was silent. He wanted to say they were just ideas but knew this was nonsense. "You don't have to do this," he argued. "What is the point of making an enemy of a paragon of my caliber?" "That's the only reason why you're still alive," Wang Wei replied. "However, once I have the strength, you better have something to repay or prepare to have your memory erased. No, I don't even have to wait that long. As long as my ancestors can return, I'm sure one or more of them would happily get the payment from you. Chen Tong's face turned ugly. The idea he's stolen is worth such top lineages to send paragons, even boundless, after him. There is no need to take things this far. Let's talk and reach a compromise. You don't need to try to buy time, Wang Wei stated. One of my powers as a minor three-realm emperor is to declare someone an enemy of the world, and true heavenly Tao will help me banish him. Although I can only use it once every few thousand yuan epochs and only in the lower dimension, it's worth using it on you. Lucky for you, I'm banishing you into the source chi space, away from the two suns sight. So, take this opportunity to revive and find a way to repay my debt. Otherwise, your life will be very miserable. No, don't do this. Think of what I did for Wang Ju. Although the source chi space appeared less dangerous than the eternal Ascension world, that was only at the surface level. He could be teleported to some hazardous area in that space if unlucky. Alright. Chen Tong was immediately shocked. He could not believe he had accepted so easily. Then, he remembered who he was speaking with. What do you want? Completely erase these ideas and everything else you've stolen or learned from and ascend to the upper dimension. Then, everything will be water under the bridge, Wang Wei announced, but Chen Tong was silent. Reasonable request, isn't it? But you cannot accept, Wang Wei shrugged. So, accept your fate. He waved his hand, and the continent disappeared between heaven and earth. He ignored Chen Tong's burning gaze as he exhaled. Now, I can breathe easily. Wang Wei left to check on the affairs of the court. Once he dealt with all these trivial matters, he entered his seclusion. His first act was to condense the civilization luck from the luck-condensing artifacts of his sect, the ancient clan, the great talisman city, the origin pill Dao sect, the origin weapon mountain, the origin rune palace, and the body Dao cave. He even added the luck of Buddhism, Taoism, and this world's version of Confucianism, the luck from the Enlightened Emperor Academy. Wang Wei did not have the luck artifacts of all these factions, but once he asked to borrow them, who dared refuse? After fusing all these luck artifacts, they turned into a white flame. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly as he sensed the blessing of an entire cultivation civilization. Fascinating. Maybe I can make this even more interesting, he thought. Wang Wei sent a message to all factions in the lower dimension. I'm borrowing this. With a thought, he teleported all the luck artifacts that symbolized the cultivation civilization of all 3,800 heaven worlds and fused them into a silver flame. The myriad emperor world is considered the center of the lower dimension, he muttered as he looked at the white flame. This flame is symbolic of the old era and civilization. He raised his hand to gather the luck of the heavenly emperor era and condensed it into a golden flame, and Wang Wei immediately felt the luck boost of these three flames. And this is not even the end, since there is still the mortal civilization. He condensed the luck from all the enlightening temples into a bronze flame. The four flames then turned into jewels of their respective color and a crown that Wang Wei placed on his head. He grinned as he sensed the power he held. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1194 Ascension. After Ascension, primordial chaos, Maitreya and Supreme Unity clashed, each of their attacks causing catastrophic shockwaves. Luckily, they were ensured they fought in an area devoid of any life or worlds. These two focused on their fight, and since they were relative in strength, they'd been at a stalemate for heaven knows how long. Boom! Maitreya caught an opening and punched Supreme Unity's chest. The latter's upper torso suddenly aged and became old and frail as he flew a few hundred light years away. Supreme Unity coldly looked at his body as it rapidly returned to normal. You're weakening, Maitreya declared. This can only mean one thing: the kid has successfully revived the lower dimension, and true heavenly Tao has regained more control of its power. Supreme Unity did not respond, not even frowning. He's very calm. Maybe even too calm, Maitreya thought with squinted eyes. It's bothering me why he hasn't made his move, especially since the situation has been slowly tilted towards me. What is he planning? Her powerful mind deduced quintillions of possibilities every second, while her eyes simultaneously saw the same amount of futures every passing second. However, she could not find the answer she wanted. In this situation, the best move I can make is to ensure the kid is alive. No matter how dire things get, there is a chance to turn things around as long as he lives and grows, she concluded. Maitreya rushed toward her opponent, fighting with even more enthusiasm. She wanted to push him into a corner and force him to reveal his card. Myriad Emperor World, Wang Wei was grinning at the blessing of this crown. With all these benefits and Shintong's sermons, I'm confident I will reach a late 70% in my cultivation, maybe even 80%. He immediately summoned his Bodhi tree and planted it in his chamber. As Wang Wei cultivated under it, he already felt the effect, but that was not the end. The tree gave him a clear mind while also improving his ingenuity. Wang Wei then summoned the law tree he stole from Dugu Jing's world. He first fused the immortal source into the tree to elevate its essence to a higher level. The result was better than he anticipated since the tree could now accelerate the cultivation of immortal qi while helping people better understand the law. The second step was to rip out his heart and fuse it into the tree's core to provide it with an abundant amount of life force. The third step in his plan was to link the tree's root to the Grand Tao source, allowing it to absorb its properties and thus elevate itself into a Grand Tao source tree. The process was more challenging than stated. Wang Wei had to use his fate Tao to change the essence of the tree. Luckily, the immortal source immensely helped, but even then, he was not technically successful as the process would take too long by his calculations. The worst part is I can still predict a possibility of failure, he groaned as he looked at the final result. Thankfully, he was also prepared. He linked his body to the tree before using Time Tao to summon echoes of himself from the past. Specifically, he summoned the version of himself about to take the first flesh tribulation of the Dragon Phoenix realm. As the echo experiences the first tribulation, the law tree also experiences the same tribulation. And with the heart providing it with energy, it was not destroyed. Time passed, and soon, the echo who passed the 1267th tribulation disappeared, and the tree had now caught up with Wang Wei's cultivation. I was right, he thought after checking the tree. The tribulations, which contained the essence of 3,800 Grand Tao, nourished the tree and made it more perfect. His plan was working. Wang Wei then focused on his fleshly body cultivation. He absorbed countless resources to increase his strength while passing challenging tribulations. The higher the tribulations, the higher the pain, and the more dangerous. Yet, he still passes 3,800 tribulations for all main Daos. By now, his second gate shone with luster, indicating he could open at any time. However, this was not his current priority. Wang Wei looked at the new Grand Tao source tree and sighed deeply. Still not finished. He summoned the river of time to send the tree back in time. Such blatant change in time should have negative effects, but Wang Wei was smarter than that. His purpose was for the tree to silently absorb as much power as possible from the Grand Tao source to become complete. So, he needed to hide it from sight and not influence history in the slightest. Wang Wei had to be careful. He observed the tree's development from the Chaos era to the present, ensuring no one discovered its existence, including Heavenly Tao. As he summoned the tree to his presence, he was excited. It was pure white, with 3,800 fruits surrounded by rune chains. Its aura was magnificent and noble. It can only help me until the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, but that's more than enough, Wang Wei thought before suddenly feeling a cold chill running down his spine. He sensed a pair of terrifying eyes gazing at him, which seemed very hostile. Time Wraith? I didn't even do anything. His actions were inconsequential as he only accelerated the tree's growth. The gaze disappeared, and Wang Wei sighed before continuing his retreat. After countless resources and consuming the Dragon Phoenix pill, he had reached the 10th level of the Dragon Phoenix realm. After passing all 3,800 tribulations, Wang Wei could open the gate of power, enter the adult fiend god realm, and become an indestructible Empyrean. However, he would not accept such a measly foundation. He started combining all these Daos, which increased the number of tribulations and suffering he had to endure. While Wang Wei was in retreat, things outside started to change. Less than 50 years after his retreat, Ji Lanfang ascended. He did not wish to make a big deal out of it, so he turned into a brilliant side before disappearing into the sky. Less than 10 years after him, Hong Meilin also left. 150 years after the banquet, a golden light enveloped the world from the western continent. Feng Heng, the mighty Buddha, condensed a peak level 1 golden body of merit before riding a lotus into the sky and ascending. 200 years after the banquet, more people started to ascend, especially the non-Eternals who did not have to create their secret vaults. However, except for the professional ones, the Eternals began to ascend at the 500-year mark. They received Tong Rubing's invitation and stayed a little longer. After 800 years, they held their small banquet with many professionals present. They discussed this with the Tao opening sect, and after agreeing, the small banquet was broadcast, which allowed the non-participating Yen Liling to benefit immensely. By the 1,000-year mark, almost everyone had ascended. The demon race celebrated and cried at the departure of their greatest chief, Ao Shen. Hu Fenghuang's departure was rather quiet, which was unlike her personality. Another quiet departure was Shi Shangyan. Meanwhile, Shi Qian received praise from the light race. Su Shi ascended 1100 years after the banquet but was not quiet. She played a beautiful zither piece that spread through every corner of the endless void, showing visions of everything in this era. It showed everything that occurred, every major event, including the deaths of mortals like Kai Ren Shu or the death of influential emperors like Emperor Jia. The song perfectly encapsulated the vicissitude of this era, so true heavenly Tao accepted it as the defining song. It lowered great merit to Su Shi, and she ascended afterward on top of a cloud composed of primordial chaos. Time flows like a river. After more than 1,500 years, only a few people remain in the lower dimension. The first one is the Demon Suppression Emperor. She wanted to converse with Wang Wei one last time before ascending. She wanted to primarily thank him for everything he's done for her and the human race and for something he specifically added to the information she bought about being wary of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty and the Qin Saint Court. However, she soon realized he wouldn't be out for quite some time and decided to meet in the upper dimension. Of course, she will follow his warning. Another person struggling with the decision was Wrath. She feared the treatment she might suffer in the upper dimension because of her identity. She also worried about the Neo-Devil after her departure. However, after much consideration, she ascended around the 2,000-year mark. During this time, Yu Yan entered a semi-sealed state. She did not appear in the world and restrained her aura and presence to the lowest level. She was only waiting for her son to exit the seclusion to enter a fully sealed state and prepare for the next generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1195 Opening the Gate of Power. After combining and surviving more than 10,000 Daos and tribulations, Wang Wei had run out of resources. To be specific, he could not use any more resources from the lower dimension without sucking the entire world dry. Now, he had no choice but to rely entirely on himself to pass these tribulations. Sadly for him, the process was a nightmare after these tribulations had stacked, especially for someone of his willpower. He gritted his teeth and continued. His body was constantly destroyed by Daos like Fire Thunder Dao, Wind Ice Dao, and Vibration Suppression Dao. As time passed, he started testing high-level Daos like Chaos Time Dao, Destruction Creation Dao, Killing Fate Dao, etc. Wang Wei could not feel the passage of time. However, he knew that a long time had passed, but unfortunately, the only sensation he could feel was pain. If not for the markings that kept appearing on his gate, the changes to his fleshly body, and the improvement of his willpower, he would have given up. Another benefit was that he had the inspiration about how to improve his pain talent, but that was not his primary concern at the time. He continued combining these tribulations, and after 1,000,000 tribulations, he had to stop and take a breather. He sensed that living in such a state of constant, mind-boggling, and debilitating pain had started to affect his spirit and soul. So, he took a few hundred years of rest before diving deep again. Then, he would follow a pattern of cultivating and resting, taking a break at the 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, and 100 billion tribulation marks. Wang Wei did not know how long this would last. However, the ancient desolate emperor advised him to keep going until he reached his limit, so he followed the advice. At first, Wang Wei thought he would be here for a long time. However, after the 269 trillion tribulation, something unexpected occurred. The marks on his gate of power suddenly morphed into two characters: limit indestructibility. Then, the gate opened on its accord without Wang Wei even trying. A mysterious power rushed through every corner of his body, elevating his flesh, strength, and abilities to a higher level. Wang Wei could tell that if his essence weren't already immortal, he would have acquired it now after opening the gate. Sadly, immortality did not stack up. Otherwise, he might have acquired another life. The second change he sensed was the alteration to his existence. Besides the former, eternal, and perfection characteristics, he also had the indestructible one. Wang Wei clenched his fist, feeling the power rushing through his veins. The entire lower dimension felt very fragile, except for the void battlefield. My strength is already in the second heaven? Wang Wei muttered. After opening the gate, body cultivators will enter the fifth realm of the true power Tao realm, adult fiend god realm. This level is divided into 10 heavens worth about 2% of the grand Tao source. In other words, Wang Wei's current strength meant he was on par with an Empyrean of 74% grand Tao source. He was surprised because most indestructible emperors would start their cultivation at 0 heaven, the base strength of 70% grand Tao source. I guess all that suffering was not for nothing, he thought before focusing on the greatest gain of his breakthrough, his unparalleled defense. You've achieved limit indestructibility? I guess you didn't need my guidance. Excellent. Wang Wei was immediately speechless as he saw the ancient desolate emperor's projection that appeared in the room. He calmly manifested a set of clothes on his body. You couldn't have picked a better time? We're men, so there's no need to be embarrassed, Desolate replied. As body cultivators, they had absolute control of their bodies, so their manhood size was never a problem. And with their terrifying bodies, they never had any issue with endurance, making them very popular. Wait, we're still in the lower dimension? Ancient Desolate suddenly said. You achieved limit indestructibility in the lower dimension? Yeah, so? Wang Wei looked at him strangely. Stupid. There are resources to help you, including ways to reduce the pain and even accelerate the process by skipping a few tribulations without any consequences. He left this projection to guide the boy through the process. Why didn't you tell me this? Wang Wei asked, feeling resentful. He suffered for nothing. He would have waited to open the gate in the upper dimension had he known of this. The hell with being the first person to open the gate in the lower dimension, there wasn't even a reward for such an accomplishment. I didn't expect you were stupid enough to do all these tribulations without help. I figure you would ascend after seeing the difficulty and use the sex resources to help. Then, I will appear to give you my experience. Wang Wei looked at him, his eyes full of undisguised resentment that was about to manifest physically. However, the ancient Desolate just shrugged. We don't have much time, so I'll finish my sermons quickly. As you know, limit indestructibility means that your defense has reached the limit of the Empyrean realm. In other words, even someone with 89% cultivation cannot harm a single hair on your body. Only people that have gone beyond that level can hurt you. Today, I will teach you some techniques to boost your defense to the Paragon level. Depending on your mastery, you could defend against Paragons as high as 92%. The ancient Desolate Emperor did not waste time as he preached to Wang Wei about his techniques, along with other information he needed to know about being an indestructible Empyrean. He talked very fast, so Wang Wei had to memorize his sermon for later use instead of comprehending them. Done. You should have memorized everything, right? I did, Wang Wei nodded. Good. In that case, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself, and don't get killed. Wait, do me one more favor. Let's see if I can help. Condense an imprint of all the Empyreans you've fought throughout your life. I will recreate them in the dream world and use them for training. That's a great way to get acclimated with your newfound power, Ancient Desolate nodded. However, it's too much to condense every Empyrean I've met. I can show you the top 50. He raised his hand to condense 50 imprints. Is there anything else? No, Wang Wei answered. Although he had many questions, he knew this was not the time to ask them. All right. See you soon, kid. After the projection ended, Wang Wei did not immediately use the imprints. Instead, he opened the notebook his wife left for him and unsealed more information. As expected, she left him a defensive technique for his limit indestructibility. After learning it, he entered the dream world to utilize these imprints. His first opponent was an indestructible Empyrean, a human with a few tiger features, including eyes, whiskers, and claws. His cultivation was the same as Wang Wei, the second heaven. Wang Wei decided that battle was the best way to get used to his new strength, digest the sermon, and learn Wu Hong's technique. So, he rushed into his opponent, choosing a more aggressive approach. This tiger human soon proved a worthy opponent because his beast-like sixth sense trumps even the best clairvoyance technique, divine abilities, or ocular powers. Wang Wei had to reduce his defense to be on par with his opponent, otherwise, this battle would not be fair, and he would not learn much. Once satisfied with his strength mastery, he chose a second opponent. The tiger human was technically the weakest of the 50 individuals, so Wang Wei had plenty of opponents to battle and learn. The second opponent was a woman from an unknown race with a jewel for eyes, and she was an everlasting Empyrean. Wang Wei learned the resilience of everlasting Empyreans, which made sense they were a better version of eternal emperors. However, this battle also made him wonder about people who were both. Luckily for him, from the people ranked 30 and above, there were plenty of indestructible and everlasting cultivators. It took Wang Wei a few hundred years to defeat all 50 Empyreans, a testament to these individuals' talent. Afterward, he recreated these people using his dream battle technique and passively fought all of them to continue increasing his battle IQ and experience. As Wang Wei left the dream world, he took a moment to reflect and plan forward. He has not mastered any of the 2 defensive techniques yet because those things will take a long time, and he is in a hurry. Meanwhile, his cultivation had a small problem. My flesh has reached tier 11, but my bloodline is still technically tier 10. This meant he could not rely on his human fiend god bloodline to cultivate and reach higher heavens. So, his next course of action will be to find the 11th and 12th revolutions of his technique or create them. Wang Wei took a moment to check on the outside. 120,000 years had passed since the banquet, and the world was tranquil. Anyone who wanted to ascend already did so, and everyone else was waiting for him to leave and start the next generation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1196 Everlasting Empyrean. Wang Wei shook his head, thinking these people had nothing better to do than just wait. Maybe I should create a countdown clock to my departure, giving them hope and something to do. He immediately gave up the idea when it popped into his head for 2 reasons. Firstly, he did not know when his cultivation would finish and he could ascend. Secondly, limiting his presence in the world was essential to prevent true heavenly Tao from exiling him to the upper dimension. So, after checking that there were no problems with the world, he continued his retreat. Wang Wei was already under the Bodhi tree, so he summoned the Grand Tao Source Tree before putting on the Civilization Crown as assistance. He was still in awe of how much luck he had condensed and how potent it was. He then activated his 3 Paths 3 Selves art for a second boost in his cultivation. The future Buddha selves looked into the future, the Taoist self used their quantum computer deduction ability, and the Devil self started using various means to boost their cultivation, including optimizing the use of the crown. The Devil selves then accessed all the incense, spiritual power, dream power, and world source for their boost. Wang Wei also took out the fate essence he was condensing from secretly manipulating the fates of the lower dimension. However, he still hadn't finished his preparations. Wang Wei activated all 269 trillion spirit particles that composed his soul and divided them into three. One part focused on using the fruits from the Grand Tao source tree, the second part focused on Shintong's sermon, and the last third started comprehending all the cultivation techniques of the lower dimension. Once that is finished, that section will focus on the different laws of the endless void and converting all the other sermons in the banquet into his cultivation. Finally, Wang Wei used his last preparation, merit. One of the main effects of his golden body was to increase cultivation speed, and he still had plenty more merit in reserve. With all these benefits, Wang Wei dived into his cultivation. The process was enjoyable beyond words. Cultivating in his realm is usually slow, tedious, and frustrating. However, with all these benefits, the process became straightforward. Wang Wei's cultivation level rose from the initial 32% to 999% in a very short period before finally encountering the wall. He wondered whether he could break through without the Genesis fruit and sell it at a higher price. Sadly, even with his talent and perfect foundation, the bottleneck stopped him. He could tell he would not break it without a few hundred yuan epochs, and such timing could be described as monstrous. He no longer hesitated and swallowed the fruit. A potent herbal power rushed through his body and soul, making him feel lighter, carefree, and in tune with heaven and earth. Wang Wei felt an explosion inside his sea of consciousness, and without even noticing it, his cultivation reached 70%. Wang Wei immediately felt an enormous pressure on his soul and mind, and he knew that if his soul and Tao heart did not reach the standard, he would die under the weight of his own grand Tao source. The pressure disappeared as soon as it appeared due to his foundation, meaning he could immediately move to the next steps. His achievement of 70% Grand Tao source activated a mechanism. Wang Wei's spirit found himself in a void facing a clone of himself. His first thought was whether he was facing another heart devil before remembering that stage of his breakthrough he was. My true self, he quickly figured out. The person before him looked exactly like him, but Wang Wei could feel he was different somehow. So, he closed his eyes and focused on that difference. After what felt like an eternity and an instant, Wang Wei understood. Hinduism was correct when they said the true self was eternal, but Buddhism, which believes the self was ever-changing, is also accurate. There is a saying that encapsulates these two opposite ideologies: the only eternal thing is change. Wang Wei's mind worked tirelessly to understand the concept presented to him. Although he had more time than others, he did not want to waste it. After condensing my true self, I will transcend, escape the shackles of samsara. I will no longer be restricted by the power of reincarnation. I can reincarnate as often as I wish, and my memories will remain intact. From now on, he no longer needed any techniques or means to reincarnate with his memories. From now on, even a Yama king cannot block his memories. They can temporarily seal them but not erase them. More importantly, even if they sealed them, the present ones will immediately become the main personality after he remembers them, no matter what his sealed self experiences. Wang Wei sighed to himself. He remembered the trouble he went into to protect his earth memories when he traveled through primordial chaos. Now, this ability has become natural and passive. Wang Wei checked his body. He did not experience any physical or noticeable change after this realization. However, he felt that his memories, perceptions, views, connections, and identities had sublimated to a higher state of being. Is it done? He thought before shaking his head. He was missing one more step. But what was it? He focused on the example before him and soon received his answer. Form, Wang Wei thought. After becoming an eternal, many aspects of myself, for example, my history and accomplishments, changed form. They were no longer bound to my body or concepts associated with me. They were now an extension of myself. That's why I can revive as long as they exist. So, I also need to change the form of my true self. With this enlightenment and grand Taoist example, Wang Wei soon succeeded in this endeavor and gained the ability of all everlasting Empyreans, condensing, true avatars. Eternals are special because of their survivability, and it's the same for everlasting. They can create true avatars, which are clones of themselves hidden through reincarnation. As long as the avatars are alive, the Empyrean will not die, and with the protection of samsara, all the avatars' identities are hidden, and the karma related to them is hidden to almost perfection. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. He had succeeded, and as long as he passed his immemorial tribulation, he would be an everlasting emperor. There is still time, so let's continue. He continued the retreat, hoping to glance at what made boundless paragons unique. Higher self? Unlimited self? Or something else? Just as he was about to catch a clue, his spirit left the previous space and woke up in his cultivation room. So closed, he muttered, shaking his head. He focused on mobilizing his Grand Tao source and soul to send a projection into the source chi space. These two power sources released a unique vibration that opened a portal to a special area with a blue fog. He gathered the power of the cosmos grand mist to condense a wheel inside his sea of consciousness. Wang Wei had an idea and fused the power of nothingness in his flesh into the wheel. However, nothing exceptional happens after the thing absorbs a tiny portion. He tried again without success and stopped after noticing the only effect was accelerating the wheel condensing process. His will reached the everlasting Empyrean standard size of 12 zhang before stopping growing. I guess I should be happy since it saved me some time. The process of condensing the wheel was a little time-consuming, but it was a good thing to save time. Wang Wei summoned the blue energy from his sea of consciousness. He felt its power of creation. With a single thought, he can create worlds with a perfect system, evolve the laws of heaven and earth, and mold life as he pleases. Although there appeared not much difference between the grand mist wheel of Empyreans, the application of this energy/power is crucial. His force control skill meant he could utilize the grand mist wheel to its limit and beyond, which 99% of Empyreans cannot say. Okay, for the last step, Wang Wei muttered, looking in the distance. He teleported to the void battlefield and spent some time preparing. Finally, clouds appeared in this endless space with 36 red lightning bolts. The 36 red lightning immemorial thunder tribulation? I guess that makes sense with my third-level golden body of merit. The Empyrean tribulation was divided into 36, 72, 81, and 108 red thunder, and 36 was the lowest, reserved for people with excellent merit, luck, and karma. So, Wang Wei, who condensed a third-level golden body during his retreat, only had to pass the lowest level. Meanwhile, some people who commit heinous acts must pass the 108 thunder tribulation. I wonder what true heavenly Tao considers a heinous act. Emperors and Empyreans have high karmic resistance, so the mindless killing of mortals or weak cultivators was nothing to such a cold existence. Probably someone who breaks the rules or affects the balance of things, Wang Wei concluded before pausing before realizing that he was talking about himself. True heavenly Tao would probably have used the highest tribulation on him if not for his merit and accomplishment. Wang Wei shook his head to focus. A red bolt of lightning descended on Wang Wei, but nothing occurred. The fearsome red immemorial thunder had zero effect on him due to his peak defensive capability. Despite the circumstance, Wang Wei was on high alert. He did not antagonize the tribulation with words or try to collect it to be used later. He could not be idle after the 9th lightning bolt since he sensed a Tao will on the thunder. Tao wills, willpower manifestations, and true wills were the only things that could negate his limit indestructibility and injure him. He activated his willpower manifestation to defend. After the 18th bolt, the tribulations contained Tao will and willpower manifestation, each attacking in a different location. Wang Wei's Tao will had not evolved yet, so he had to expertly manipulate his willpower manifestation to block these attacks and ensure he was not injured. The process became more difficult after the 27th bolt when the tribulation used true will. Wang Wei had to use his taboo battle realm to elevate his Tao will to the Empyrean tier before creating his true will. With this brilliant method, he passed the tribulation without any injuries. He then calmly watched the red clouds dissipate. This was the best chance to make a move, yet nothing, Wang Wei thought with a frown. Supreme Unity's lack of movement had started to worry him. Could there be a party waiting for me when I ascend? Or is he planning something else? Wang Wei exhaled deeply before sitting cross-legged in the void. He had officially reached Tier 11 on the Emperor path and calmed down to experience the Grand Tao Source baptism. He felt all aspects of his cultivation elevated, including his awakening, Tao will, and even Tao imprint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1197, A System of Conformity. I've retconned the previous chapter. Wang Wei is still in the second level of the golden body of merit. The Grand Tao Source manifested before Wang Wei, and he calmly watched his Tao imprint change. There were more runes, and the imprint was embedded deeper into his Tao, but all the changes had occurred on a surface level. It's harder to detect and erase, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, it now has the ability of motion. Before dying, all Empyreans could activate motion, and their Tao imprint would detach them from their Tao and move around the Grand Tao Source, making it harder for anyone to find it and kill them. Everlasting Empyreans do not have to use this ability since it's passive for them actively. It will immediately activate as long as their bodies and souls dissipate or stop working. Wang Wei then summoned his Tao will, feeling the slight change in essence. He could now suppress lower-tier Tao wills or even render them useless. Now that the Tao imprint had strengthened, the Tao will followed since one of its primary purposes was to grant Eternals and Everlasting an advantage over the lower Emperor class. Zoning, Wang Wei muttered. His Tao will gain this new ability to counter the motion, which allowed his will to search for a person's Tao imprint in the vast sea that is the Grand Tao Source. Wang Wei created his true will to test it out, and he was immediately satisfied with the result. More importantly, the zoning ability improved drastically. Once he adds his Karma Tao, tracking and eliminating people's imprints will be relatively easier. Once these two aspects finished elevating, Wang Wei felt the baptism headed for the next step, his awakening. Once he activated it, 11 fate palaces appeared above his head. They looked magnificent. They appeared less ethereal than before. It seems they are no longer a decoration, and I can use them in battles, Wang Wei noticed. His mind went on overdrive, thinking about using them directly as weapons or, better yet, creating techniques that fit with the palaces. I guess that's better than nothing, he muttered before focusing on the remaining baptism. Nothing significant occurred until the flesh baptism. Third heaven? He muttered as he clenched his fist. His cultivation increased by 1 layer, a great benefit given his realm. This should be the effect of the Yuan Dao root. According to his calculations, the baptism should have only increased his strength by half of a heaven, meaning his flesh would increase from 74% to 75% Grand Dao Source. However, the effect of the Yuan Dao root was added for the last half. I'm now an Empyrean, but the process felt underwhelming. He shook his head. Despite this thought, he was happy with his strength, especially since he reached this realm at the young age of 1.5 Yuan epoch. It would have been much earlier had he not spent so much time on becoming an indestructible emperor. As he calmed down, Wang Wei started brewing an idea, but he still needed some data. Before that, he needed to get acclimated to his newfound power. He accessed the dream world and started fighting with the 50 Empyreans again, this time only using his cultivation and not his flesh. It took Wang Wei no time to acclimate to fighting with most of his abilities, except for the Grand Mist Wheel. The wheel, by itself, had no bearings in battle despite its size disparity between Empyreans. Ordinary Empyreans had a wheel between 6 to 9 zhang, while Everlasting went from 10 to 12. However, their size only indicates their advantages in creating worlds and life to help them cultivate. In simple terms, the bigger the wheel, the faster the cultivation. Despite the inherited classification of the Grand Mist Wheel, sentient beings are intelligent and innovative. As such, through the development of civilization, many ways have been created for the Grand Mist Wheel to be helpful in combat. The most common ones are using the world created as explosions or weapons, creating unique life forms that can fight side by side with their creator, or better yet, fuse with the creator to boost their strength. Lastly, reverse the Cosmos Grand Mist into the final Grand Mist to kill people. Wang Wei needed time to understand and use these tactics in battles, so he spent a few years fighting with these imprints. He did not waste much time since these 50 individuals were the perfect teachers. All of them have lived for so long that they've mastered these basic tactics. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei started deducing information and deriving new ideas. His purpose? How to make his Empyrean realm unique. He thought something new and unexpected would occur since he was an immeasurable emperor. Still, nothing happened. No new ability, blessing from the heavens, or even a simple reward of merit. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes with disappointment and realization. So, that's how it is, a system of conformity. No wonder I've had no success with the 2 Dao imprints experiment. Grand Dao encourages innovation and improvement during the realms of mortality, 0 to 9. That's how people get new cultivation systems, and the D realm, Pseudo Dao will. However, from tier 10 to 12, everyone's cultivation must conform and follow a similar path. Wang Wei broke the mold in the Great Emperor realm by becoming an immeasurable emperor, but that was as far as he could go, as far as Grand Dao would permit uniqueness and exceptionalism. Grand Dao wants everyone to conform and, through the slow and tedious process of cultivation, lose their ingenuity and innovative spirit. However, once you've reached the peak of the Paragon realm, a cultivator must either regain that spirit or preserve it if they want the slightest chance at glancing at transcendence, he thought. Wang Wei was momentarily speechless. From a design perspective, this method was an excellent way to eliminate 999% of cultivators, blocking their way toward transcendence. It's a good way to eliminate those unworthy and cultivate only potent transcendence. However, as someone forced to conform and live in a specific way, he was far from happy or understanding. Cultivators have achieved immortality and think they've escaped the shackles of time, but in truth, it is their biggest enemy. Wang Wei sighed before becoming slightly angry. If he still had access to his science and technology world, he might have found a way to bypass Grand Dao's restrictions and remain unique in all 12 cultivation realms. There is no point in crying over spilled milk, he uttered. Anyways, I've always known that I needed to play the game before I could win it. He composed himself before continuing with the process of uncovering his strength. Wang Wei controlled his Dao imprint to begin stacking his Grand Dao boosts. Most of his previous boosts did not need an upgrade, so he started the process. The battle realm functioned the same way as the ancient fiend god realm. Every 2% of strength was 1-fold. Wang Wei had no issue with stacking until 5-fold when he received an immediate warning from heaven and earth that his power was too strong, even though he sealed the void battlefield. He had no choice but to enter the source chi space to continue. As he expected, Wang Wei reached the 10-fold battle realm, or a fighting prowess of 999%. However, he did not immediately reach taboo as he needed a key. So, he did a quick divination and knew the answer. I need to absorb another perfect tier or perfect energy on par with it. His lips twitched as he remembered something. Su Junyao. Is fate already scheming my meeting with her? He knew how rare perfect tier was, and who else would have perfect energy in the upper dimension besides Su Junyao? Wang Wei resisted the urge to swear. Forget it. I'll use the power of nothingness, this time around to achieve taboo. He already had an idea of how he would do that, so there was no problem. His body began to release a golden light, and he calmly watched it. Wang Wei experienced a few disappointments during his retreat and breakthrough, and another one was his peak second-level golden body of merit. He thought he would achieve the third level after absorbing the rest of his merit, but he could not be more wrong. The difference between the third and second levels seems so vast that it appears impossible for anyone to achieve. He now understood that if not for the threat of that eldritch monster, he would never have achieved a peak second level. If I want to achieve the third level, I'll need to fulfill my destiny and get rid of the parasites, Wang Wei muttered with a frown. So, how the hell am I going to reach the unknown fourth level? He immediately realizes his plan will not work, meaning he needs another way to protect or hide from any half-step transcendence. Then, his mind went into overdrive. A heaven-deceiving formation should work, but Supreme Unity and Maitreya are not true heavenly Tao. They don't need to play by the rules and accept the deception from someone weaker than them. So, if I want this method to work, I need something of similar essence to use as the formation's core. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly. The Devil Primogenitor's broken half-step transcendence artifact. He was immediately excited as this could work. The only issue was how to get to the trial in primordial chaos without these two knowing or interfering. Wang Wei did not mind such difficulties since he at least had a working direction. However, just as the joy was about to settle in, he suddenly thought of something, and his complexion turned dastardly ugly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1198 Playing God Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book Paragon opened his eyes, sensing another nexus of time. He opened his book, and as expected, countless new pages now contained writing. He read patiently before a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. A broken half-step transcendence artifact. Finally, a decent fortunate opportunity, he muttered. He started to think that Grand Dao was doing poorly at sending him information and that Grand Dao's son would be the only person to give him benefits. Heavenly Book Paragon pondered. The exact place is only briefly described, making the location unclear. But with the information at hand and knowing it's from the Devil Primogenitor, I should be able to deduce the exact location. His eyes turned completely white as he activated his Heaven Grand Dao source. His gaze scanned through the secrets and truths of the universe as if he were looking at a record with knowledge from the entire chaos universe. Found it, Heavenly Book murmured before condensing a clone and sending it to the trial's location in primordial chaos. This is a good start, he thought calmly. However, his growth rate is way faster than I anticipated. Heavenly Book Paragon wished he could deal with a not fully realized Wang Wei or Grand Dao's son. Although he feared no one in confrontation, he did not like extra work. Maybe it's time I consider eliminating these two. His eyes squinted, hiding an intense ferocity. It might be impossible to kill these two, but getting them out of the way temporarily so he can get to Wang Wei may not be impossible. I'll need to play my cards right if I want an opportunity. Heavenly Book closed his book while his mind was still scheming and planning. Myriad Emperor World, Void Battlefield, shit, Wang Wei thought. There is a high chance that the bastard, Heavenly Book, knows about my future and took away my fortunate encounters, including the artifact. He was immediately in a bad mood after thinking about this. I need to hurry. Wang Wei realized his focus should not be entirely on these parasites or the two sons but also Heavenly Book. The latter's motives are unknown to him, and the lack of information on the latter does not sit well with him. If I cannot rely on that artifact, I need to have a plan B, he grunted. He stood there silent for a few hours before regaining his bearing. Let's focus on the present for now. Wang Wei summoned a blue fog before pausing. Should I go with the classic, let there be light? Forget it. Let's just imitate Pangu. He spread the blue fog throughout the battlefield before manifesting an axe. He swung downward, not ashamed of his actions of imitating the opening of heaven and earth. After the first strike, the blue fog created a vast, desolate space that seemed to embody darkness. Wang Wei swung his axe a second time, and the sky and earth appeared. However, the clouds were not blue but gray, and the earth was pitch black with red lines rushing through as if they were fire veins. The Chaos Era, Wang Wei muttered as he looked at this new world he was creating, finding the process slightly fascinating despite the fact it was not the first time. Should I create a group of life that can survive in this terrible world? Well, why not? He controlled the turbid chi and disordered chaos chi in this realm to create these enormous creatures. Wang Wei controlled his grand mist will to speed up time and observe how this world developed. As expected, these abominations that embody chaos fought constantly with each other to the point of extinction. All right. Let's choose a leader with great intelligence to lead them. He chose the most pleasant-looking one, a volcano in humanoid form. From now on, you'll be known as Yuan, and your destiny is to unite and lead your people. A hint of clarity appeared in Yuan's eyes before its more than million-kilometer-tall body slowly knelt before Wang Wei. Then, Yuan flew into the distance and started an all-out war. With its newfound power, Yuan conquered all the remaining members of his clan. He suppressed their chaotic nature, awakened their spiritual intelligence, and eventually created the Chaos God dynasty. Not bad, Wang Wei nodded. However, your era has ended. Under his control, the chaos energy in the world rapidly decreased, and the turbid qi fused with the earth, revealing the clear qi of heaven and earth that fuse with the sky. The so-called Chaos God felt their strength rapidly declining, and it seemed they could do nothing. Luckily, their emperor received a revelation from the Creator, telling them to fuse with the earth and the sky to save themselves. The majority did so, and thus, these creatures turned into mountains, forests, rivers, the sea, volcanoes, the moon, the sun, and countless stars. Interesting, Wang Wei commented. I could have used my grand mist to create these things, but this method saves me a lot of time. Such a slight difference might seem insignificant, but it revealed the essence of utilizing the grand mistwell to someone like him. So, what should this new era be? Start with innate life before transitioning to acquired. Directly skip to acquire? Or only create innate life? Maybe go in a completely different direction. Wang Wei was in thought. He could do all these since this world can be molded as he pleases. If he wished, he could just start over. However, he needed a purpose for creating this world. My purpose is to increase my cultivation speed and create lifeforms that survive the creation tribulation. In that case, Wang Wei pointed at the sky to manifest a chain composed of runes, which was a manifestation of his grand Tao source. He used it as the foundation of the laws of this world to create his version of the grand Tao source. Wang Wei had absolute control over this world, meaning he could have made the grand Tao source as he wished. However, he replicated the one in the real world to ensure these people could survive the creation tribulation and help him cultivate. The only problem with this method is that his cultivation is only 70%, and this world only has fate. Next, he'll use the fate of myriad Tao to replicate the grand Tao source of all 3,800 Taos. With his words, countless new chains formed a grand river that ran through this new world's very fabric of existence. Of course, most of these Taos were on par with 5% grand Tao source, and Wang Wei's sub-Taos were at best 25%, but that was more than enough. The people can complete these Taos, Wang Wei muttered. He understood now how it was possible for someone to cultivate Chaos Tao. Using the Grand Mistwell was instrumental, otherwise, it would have taken way too long to develop all 3,800 Grand Tao sources. The next step is the creatures. Wang Wei pondered briefly before dividing the world into 5 continents. The first continent was the Fate continent, and all life forms living there would cultivate Fate Tao and all the other components of his fate-dominating Tao. This continent is the center, the largest, and the one with the most luck, destiny, and resources. The second continent will cultivate his soul's sub-Tao along with his professional Tao. This continent also had ample resources. The third continent would cultivate his other sub-Taos, like destruction, 5 elements, and lightning. The fourth continent cultivated all other Taos, and the fifth continent was all body refiners. Wang Wei moved his arm to mold his first life form. He did not choose an innate or acquire and fuse them. His creations will have a lifespan of 10,000 years, but they will all be born weak and must be cultivated. As he finished his creation, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. I have created you in my image, meaning you have unparalleled talent, Wang Wei stated. Lord Creator, the man, wearing a coarse brown bag as clothes, immediately knelt. Your surname will be Wang, the same as mine, and your first name will be Xianxia, meaning, first creation. I have high hopes for you, so do not disappoint me. Never, my lord. Wang Wei nodded before creating more creatures, a total of 269 million, to be exact. He ensured the diversity of races and species. Finally, he left a clone to teach them about basic survival guides before preaching to them about cultivation. The main body traveled to the other continents to spread life, and he ended his creation session by building systems like samsara, luck, and even fate. Now, let's just watch. He fast-forwards time. The process was interesting, to say the least. Everything was moving rapidly. The continents became populated, people were born and reincarnated, the barrier between continents dissipated, and war and destruction spread, followed by a period of peace before the cycle repeated. However, Wang Wei was not affected in the slightest. It was like he had a remote control and was moving things along to a designated part of whatever he was watching. After more than 1,000,000 yuan epoch, Wang Chuangxing is finally prepared to pass the creation tribulation and become my first Empyrean tier subordinate, Wang Wei thought with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1199 Learning Experience, another retcon. Wang Wei did not become an Empyrean at the age of 1.5 yuan epoch, but 5. Lord Creator, Wang Chuangxing said before kneeling. He had reached the pinnacle of this world, but even then, the Lord Creator seemed unfathomable to him. Wang Wei, who was floating in the air with his hands behind his back, nodded. You did not disappoint me, becoming the first Empyrean of this world. I tried my best to be worthy of the talent you granted me. Your life has been challenging, and you've survived many things. Have you ever wondered why I've allowed so many things to happen when I have the power to stop it? I wouldn't dare question your Lord, Wang Chuangxing swiftly replied. Since his creation, he has indeed experienced many great things. There was the division of race, where all the original 1,269 million creations and their descendants formed clans and races before starting a war between them. After years of fighting, Wang Chuangxing rose as the leader of the human race and, eventually, the ruler of the fate-dominating continent. After a short period of peace, he had to face the continent war. Everything was peaceful when the 5 continents first encountered each other. They exchanged knowledge and resources. However, such peace did not last long before an all-out war started, devastating the entire world. Once that was settled, it did not take long for the Destruction Lord invasion. A powerful cultivator appeared in the Destruction continent and started another invasion. The man was fierce, and one of his 3 generals was also an expert of death Dao, leading a legion of undead to ravage the world. Wang Chuangxing almost died confronting the Destruction Lord. Luckily, he was the final winner, bringing peace and prosperity to the land. Of course, as always, such peace was fleeting. The next catastrophe was the fanatic war, in which someone calling themselves the divine priest gathered power using the Lord Creator's name and tried to conquer the world. This event was a stain on Wang Chuangxing's honor and legacy, as he believed the divine priest that he was the emissary of the Lord Creator, so he joined his side as the sacred son of the religion, helping them in their conquest. Luckily, Wang Chuangxing learned the truth eventually and put an end to everything. After that event, Wang Chuangxing became a recluse, not paying attention to the outside world. Unfortunately, the people had to ask him to return due to an event now labeled as the Chaos God Rebellion. Someone woke one of the sleeping chaos gods from antiquity, and the latter went on a killing spree. It absorbed people's blood, flesh, and soul to maintain its power and even become stronger. By the time people discovered Wang Chuangxing's location, the chaos god was already too powerful, so many heroes fought and died to seal this catastrophe. Now, Wang Chuangxing had reached the end of the Tao and was the most powerful entity in this world, thus hailing a time of peace and prosperity. You're an intelligent being, so it would be weird if you didn't question it. Wang Wei knew the fanatic war happened because of Wang Chuangxing's crisis of faith and questioning his existence and purpose. Lord I'm not here to blame you, just to provide an answer, Wang Wei continued. You needed to have a hard life and be tested to be prepared for the creation tribulation. Creation tribulation? You are limited by this world. I'm sure you've already sensed that your strength can no longer increase. Indeed. If you wish to leave this place and exist in the same universe that I do, you must survive a terrifying tribulation. And when I say terrifying, I mean terrifying. Wang Chuangxing's heart skipped a beat as he understood the underlying implications behind these words. Many things he had previously thought, deduced, and guessed became the truth in this short conversation. Do you want some last-minute preparation, or do you want to leave now? I would love to say a few words with my family, but Lord, could you give more information about this tribulation? No problem. Wang Wei sent the information into his mind, and after processing it, Wang Chuanxing went to talk to his wife, 2 sons, and daughter and had one last meeting with his clan. He did not tell them the truth but just reassured them. All right, let's go. Wang Wei brought him out of the Grand Mist Will into the void battlefield. Disappointed? Wang Wei asked, making Wang Chuanxing laugh in embarrassment. You're in an isolated void to prevent the tribulation from affecting others. My world is not that barren. I see. Wang Chuanxing sat in the void to prepare, and 10 minutes later, a cloud gathered in the void. Boom! A red thunderbolt descended from the sky, and Wang Wei immediately frowned as the bolt contained a true will. Bolts after bolts descended from the sky, not giving Wang Chuanxing a chance to breathe. He fought fiercely, using all the fate techniques he had mastered. He pushed his artifacts to the limit to assist, but the bolts seemed endless. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was worrying because it was already the 103rd bolt, but this thing did not seem like it was stopping. Unfortunately for him, his worries were correct. After the 234th lightning bolt, Wang Chuanxing could not protect himself, and he dissipated into mist as he failed the tribulation. Something is wrong, Wang Wei muttered. Could it be because I'm trying to create an Empyrean with a supreme outlaw Dao? Or... He squinted his eyes. He entered the Grand Mist world and revived, recreated Wang Chuanxing, even remaking the memories of surviving the tribulation. Lord, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Those were his first words after reviving. Please give me another chance. It's useless. Lord. You're technically immortal as long as I'm alive. However, the tribulation becomes exponentially difficult based on the amount of time you failed, Wang Wei replied. I can give you another chance, but not now. I understand. Don't beat yourself too much, Wang Wei patted his shoulder before disappearing. He now had to train someone else and decided on a non-outlaw Dao. He created a new thunder race, and their leader was their champion. The woman, named Wang Lei, had destiny on her side, so she rapidly grew to Wang Chuanxing's level after many catastrophes that served as training wheels. Of course, Wang Wei did not live through all of them and just jumped into the future when she was ready. He took her outside for the tribulation. Then, he calmly watched as she was obliterated in the 457th thunderbolt. He knew what was going on by now, but he refused to give up so easily. So, he started again. His next champion was someone other than someone who cultivated the Grand Dao Source. No, he opted for an insurgent Empyrean. He created triplets based on essence, qi, and spirit. One cultivated their bodies to the pinnacle, the second cultivated qi, and the other focused on their souls. Finally, they fused once they reached the Empyrean tier. Sadly, Wang Shen died after the 786th thunderbolt. Wang Wei immediately started on another attempt. He knew why these people failed, and the answer was simple. True heavenly Tao did not want any creation lifeforms in the lower dimension. But Wang Wei wanted to leave one for his sect, and he also saw these events as a training method for future creation. For this attempt, he created the 6th continent, the ability continent. In this continent, people did not cultivate. Instead, they would awaken a talent/ability and develop it to a higher level. The upside of this method was that the abilities were powerful, weird, and even considered balance-breaking. The downside is that the people in this continent had weak bodies, between Tier 0 and Tier 3, and shorter lifespans. Wang Wei's champion for this round was ability user with a power called Survival. This ability was similar to the X-Men character, Darwin, whose ability was to evolve to adapt to any situation, including death. Sadly, Wang Dawn did not survive long. After the first thunderbolt, he adopted and became immune to it, so the tribulation changed to flame after the 4th bolt, which he also immediately adopted. But on the 5th attack, a multicolored lightning bolt contained power from all 3,800 Daos. Wang Don's body could not quickly adapt to all these powerful concepts and ideas, and he exploded. Well, at least this was educational, Wang Wei thought as he shook his head. He stopped this pointless struggle and returned to his retreat. He closed his eyes to enter his cultivation state, and his mouth twitched. So slow, he thought. His previous cultivation speed was like a state-of-the-art spaceship with quantum drive, allowing faster-than-light travel. But now, it could only be compared to an obese child with short legs. Luckily, this was the base cultivation speed, so he immediately added all his advantages. But even then, Wang Wei was not entirely pleased as his speed was only on par with the fastest bullet train in the world. Besides the merit, the effect of everything else has drastically decreased, especially the Grand Dao Source Tree. This thing is now useless, Wang Wei thought with a frown. If only I could elevate the Bodhi tree to tier 11. He sent a clone to the Source Chi space to find a chi that could improve the tree's quality. However, he knew the tree would take too long to evolve, even with the chi. Wang Wei connected to all the souls in his Grand Mist Will, borrowing their power to help cultivate. He noticed he could no longer accelerate time inside the Grand Mist world while cultivating, which was a shame. Regardless, he now fully understood the need for the Grand Mist Wheel. His cultivation speed now could be described as a modern-day rocket. Although less than it used to be in the Emperor realm, most of his peers still need to gain this level of speed. He improved the time acceleration formation in his room, pushing it to the absolute limit before focusing solely on his retreat. After what felt like an instant, he opened his eyes. 77%, I thought I could reach 80% and more, he sighed. He had underestimated how difficult cultivating in the higher realms was. It's time to leave. Wang Wei checked outside, and 350,000 years had passed since the banquet, and he was now over 200 yuan epoch in age. The people in the upper dimension would freak out if they knew of this. For example, Emperor Kong became an Empyrean in the 3 yuan epoch, but that was the time that passed on the outside. No one knew exactly how much time he spent, but his success in the 3 yuan epochs is a testament to how good his time acceleration formation/artifact was. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had even greater achievements since not even a yuan epoch had passed since he proved the Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1200 Ascension. Let's start with my true avatars, Wang Wei muttered. He gathered his existence to condense countless unique countless. All everlasting Empyreans can have a total of 269 trillion true avatars, but Wang Wei did not create all of them. The true avatars will remain mortal as they experience reincarnation after reincarnation. Their purpose is to be backups or revival means for their main body. Based on the rules of heaven and earth, the higher the cultivation of a true avatar, the easier it is to recognize them. Empyreans are then forced to keep their avatars as mortals to prevent discovery. However, they will also select a few avatars to hide themselves and cultivate. These avatars will have a cultivation level of 999% so that if they die, the avatar can immediately become the main body and inherit all the main Bodhis powers. After creating most of the avatars, Wang Wei summoned his life-death Tao to bless them. However, he immediately frowned as he realized something. He summoned his status as the Mind 3 Realm Emperor for the blessing, and the result was the same. Rules after rules, he complained. He wanted some of his true avatars to reincarnate into the lower dimension to have an extra safety measure, just like his secret vaults. Unfortunately, the rules stated they could only be reincarnated into the upper dimension and the eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei waved his hand to send these things into reincarnation, and he was once again surprised. As soon as these avatars arrived, he sensed they had already reincarnated. The processing speed astonished him. It seems the rules still provided some advantage, he muttered. Although it was something small, it was better than nothing. His next step was refining his Proving Tao artifact. He summoned a ball of compressed strings glowing with a golden aura. The artifact was a part of him, meaning his Grand Tao source nourished it during his breakthrough. As such, this artifact is now classified as an Empyrean artifact embryo, meaning he only needs to fuse material of the same level to finish it. Currently, Wang Wei had two materials he could use: the sword creation life form from Old Man Nether and a prime gold chi that his clones found in the source chi space. He did not hesitate to add these things, completing the final transformation of his artifact. This thing is truly subpar, not even adding one fold to my battle realm, Wang Wei complained. However, he was limited by resources. He could only wait until he ascended to improve the artifact. Wang Wei finally stood up from his cushion, directly teleporting to his secret vault. If anyone saw this thing, they would think he was a narcissist. There were paintings of him on one side of the room, showing the different events in his life. The other side contained calligraphy of his name and all the titles had received. There were recordings of his memories, and at the center of the room were stacks of books about everything he'd accomplished in his life. Wang Wei created another book to add more details. Although heaven and earth did not acknowledge his accomplishments of being the first everlasting and indestructible paragons in the lower dimension or the fact he was probably the youngest in history, they were all significant accomplishments, and he put them into his vault. Once he was done, Wang Wei teleported his vault into the core of the world tree. There was no better place to hide it, especially since it would have such a powerful guardian. Additionally, he instructed the tree to teleport the vault away in case a powerful enemy discovered it. Should I also add my ancestors' vault? Wang Wei hesitated. All emperors are paranoid about their vaults, even for family members or Dao companions. So, there is a chance that his actions might be controversial to his ancestors. Let's just do it, and they'll apologize to them, Wang Wei said, and he spread his divine sense to find their vault. Nothing. He found every hidden vault in the lower dimension but not theirs. Two possibilities. They both experienced an event so terrifying that their vaults were destroyed, or they sent projections after becoming Paragon to hide them better. Wang Wei no longer focused on this and left after giving the world tree another baptism. His destination was the sect. Everyone gathered as they knew this was the last official meeting of this generation's sect master. I believe my clone has already refined the immortal mansions and unique chi? Wang Wei asked directly. Yes, Origin One nodded with a smile. The amount of reserve mansion and energy Wang Wei created for them was 5 times greater than all the sect's previous emperors, and if it were not for the balance mechanism, it would have been more. Good. Now, it's time for the Dao Source Seed. Wang Wei began to refine the seeds at an alarming rate. Moreover, those seeds contained more potential than others since they were refined from an Empyrean. The result was twice as much as all the former emperors combined. Of course, like the immortal mansions, most of these seeds will be sealed and distributed over a long period. The majority will not see the day of light until the sect encounters a catastrophe. This is for you, Wang Wei said as he handed Dong Lifen's master a unique seed. It contains a special river of fate that will boost your power to the peak of the Emperor realm when needed, and a 3 Zhang Grand Mist will to help you create life and accelerate your cultivation. Empyrean's will is between 6 to 12 Zhang, but Dao rulers can have 3 to 5 Zhang. The wheel is not just for you, Wang Wei continued. You'll have to share it with the others. Come with a schedule on how to use it. Wang Wei sighed. I would love to leave more, but the rules are not in my favor. Thank you, Sect Master, Wuxia replied. Wang Wei then watched her fuse with the seed. Welcome, Fate One, said everyone present. Thank you, everyone, it'll be in your care from now on. Never in her life would Wuxia have expected to reach such a level in her cultivation, and she owed everything to the Sect Master and her disciple. What's next? Wang Wei asked. The artifact and arrays, replied Miscellaneous One. Let's start with the artifact. Someone brought an artifact similar to his, a ball of compressed strings. The workmanship is brilliant, Wang Wei complimented. Whoever refined that thing pushed the limit of the materials. Thank you, Sect Master. This is one of my best works, Miscellaneous One said with a smile. Wang Wei nodded before summoning the 4-symbol mirror. With a thought, the mirror turned into particles that fused with the string ball artifact. Finally, he summoned his Proving Tao artifact and created a projection, which fractured under his control. Many people sighed after seeing this, knowing a true Empyrean artifact couldn't remain in the lower dimension. Once the projection fused with the sect's artifact, it released a terrifying aura. The sect now owned a cracked Empyrean artifact as their 10th artifact, and it was one of the best of its kind. His next task was to add the Grand Tao Source Nourishment to the sect's 10th Emperor Array, which combined a Fate Array and the Heaven-Deceiving Array. He tried to deceive Heaven into allowing him to create a Tier 11 formation, but that was not allowed. So, he followed the same principle as the artifact. His third task was to leave a true will artifact for the sect. With his current strength, the array from the human emperor's trial, and other means, this artifact will take a very long time to dissipate. Sadly, it still could not be permanent. However, Wang Wei did leave an insurgent technique called World Will, that allowed Tao ancestors to create a copy of a Tao will/True Will from their inner world. The last thing Wang Wei did was update his Fate Transcending Sutra. True Heavenly Tao was not a douche this time around and allowed him to leave the entire sutra, meaning the sect now had an Empyrean sutra at their foundation. Once Wang Wei finished everything, he had a small goodbye dinner with all the sect's leaders and upper echelons. Near the end of the party, he secretly drank with Yan Chen and ancestor Wucheng. A toast to the two of you. You've protected me throughout my cultivation journey and even died for my safety. I would not be here without the two of you. You honor us too much, Yan Chen replied with a sigh. He always felt he did not do much as a Tao protector, so he only accepted being a normal Tao ancestor instead of the sect wasting resources on him to become a first-class or even eternal insurgent. No need to go easy on this kid. As he said, I died for him, and I'll mooch off this fact for the rest of my life, replied Wang Wucheng. You know I'm now technically older than you. The time inside formation doesn't count, Wang Wucheng replied shamelessly. As shameless as always, Wang Wei said with a smile, and the two drank until late at night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1201 Ascension 2. The next day, Wang Wei decided to visit a few acquaintances. Most of his friends/acquaintances had already ascended, but there were a few he could still say goodbye. He first checked on Wu Ming, who had sealed himself. This man did not ascend but sealed himself to be a guide and protector of the Wu clan and the Origin Rune Palace. He plans to ascend only after the clan cultivates their first heavenly emperor. Wu Ming had the talent and destiny to be like Yan Liling and Tong Ruobing. Sadly, his obsession with his family ruined him, Wang Wei thought. Maybe ruin was not the right word, but this man delayed his blessings and accomplishments, and based on how the future goes, he indeed might be ruined. Wang Wei checked on Dong Lifan, who was also sealed. She had already prepared for the invasion of the Heavenwell world. However, she needed the right time for the invasion, and according to divination, the best time would be a few generations later. As such, she sealed herself to pass the time and wait for her husband's reincarnation. Wang Wei checked on the others, like Kai Song, and as expected, they were already sealed as well. So, he teleported to the only acquaintance waiting for him, Tai Gang. You're finally here, Tai Gang said. Is there a reason you've waited for so long? I think one of my clones could have helped you reincarnate, Wang Wei said as he sat opposite him and calmly received the wine he served. I figure the more powerful you become, the easier it would be for me to reincarnate without any problems and maybe accelerate the process. Do you have something in mind? It has to be the Myriad Emperor world, a top supreme land so that I don't completely start from scratch, and it would be best to be in the next 50 generations. Wang Wei nodded before looking in the distance. His eyes rotated between black and white as he activated his Samsara Dao. I have a spot for you in the 12th generation. So close? Tai Gang asked. Yes. The competition is intense, but no one from the sect will compete, and you want to encounter people like Suya and Di Jiaying. That sounds perfect, Tai Gang nodded, unable to contain his excitement. The Iron Fist dynasty was about to see the light of day again, this time, it was more brilliant than anyone could have ever imagined. Then, it's decided, Wang Wei agreed before they touched wine bowls. Thank you for your years of servitude. He remembered how he chose to spare and recruit Tai Gang on a whim, and over the years, the latter had proven to be a worthy investment. Thank you for investing in me, for never treating me differently because of my background, and for being magnanimous about my reincarnation, Tai Gang toasted. His life has been exciting and rewarding, and he owed all of it to his boss. I hope the next time we meet, we can work together again as partners, Wang Wei declared, and these words pleased Tai Gang. Once they finished drinking, Wang Wei helped him with his reincarnation. Firstly, Tai Gang had to strip away his inner world and lose his immortality. Afterward, Wang Wei guided his soul to reincarnation, ensuring he kept his memories, his innate talent, an artifact for protection, and Shintong's sermon that he engraved on his soul. Lastly, he protected the secret dimensions that Tai Gang left that contained the resources he needed to rise. Wang Wei even added a little bit to them. He did not give Tai Gang a title as he did for Wang Ju because the latter would have too much karmic connection with him if he did so. However, he did bless him with some non-karmic binding luck to ensure his success in the next life. Once that was done, Wang Wei's next destination was the Heavenly Tree Village. Wang Wei did not show up but remained invisible as he observed. This village was now a top Dao lineages and probably the strongest of its kind due to the world tree seed he granted them. Their minimalist lifestyle, in which cultivators lived and blended to refine the Dao heart, became the core of their lineage, resulting in mortal crafts and arts flourishing in that village. After observing for a while, he teleported to a secret dimension with an ancestral shrine for him. After so long, the village still considered him one of its founders and held worshipping ceremonies occasionally. He smiled as he looked at his handsome picture on the shrine. He first lit incense before leaving a hidden top-tier emperor array for the village. No one would know of it, and it would only activate in an emergency. With the protection of the Dao opening sect, no one would dare mess with the village after knowing its origin. However, he wanted to give them additional protection in case something went wrong. Wang Wei teleported away, and not long after, the disciples watching the shrine immediately noticed the incense and warned the village elders. They figured out what had happened, so they held another celebration for the founding ancestor. Wang Wei's next destination before returning home was to check on the Hell Court and the heaven-devouring emperor. After ensuring no problems, he teleported home, where his mother, father, Li Jun, and Yan Liling were waiting. I knew this day would come, but I can't help but be saddened once it arrived, Yu Yan said, embracing her son. This is only a short separation. Time will fly by before you even notice. For us, maybe, Yu Yan sobbed. The family started their last dinner together. This is for you, Wang Wei said as he handed his mother a space ring. What's this? My grand Dao source tree. You can use it for now and just hand it over to the sect before you ascend. Don't you need it? It's useless to me, and it would be better to get another one in the upper dimension than spend so much time elevating this one to tier 11. And that's for you. Wang Tian looked at the small sphere that contained a golden man that resembled him as if it was a perfect copy. Is that the limit-breaking deity? Yes. I've condensed it from all the stories and myths across all world communities. It's technically done, but I recommend you feed it more incense before using it. I will. Finally, this is yours, Wang Wei stated as he handed Li Jun a black crown. From now on, you're the Earth Emperor of the lower dimension. Unfortunately, I can't give you the human or heavenly emperor position. That's more than enough. Wang Wei smiled as he saw how Yan Liling was silently pouting in the corner while ruthlessly biting into her food. You can also use the tree, said Yu Yan, and she nodded. Wang Wei chuckled, I've talked to the world tree. It will give you some leaves and other parts for pill materials. She will also help you in your role as guardian, but only in an emergency. Really? Her eyes immediately lit up. The world tree was tier 11, meaning an Empyrean rank material. Yes, and remember, the tree is the last line of protection I've left for all of you. I doubt anything will happen in the lower dimension, but in case of a catastrophe or unknown threat, it will fight to its final breath to protect or send you away. However, the tree technically does not belong to any faction, so it can only be used for emergencies. We understand. The family chose to change the subject while they continued their small banquet. I can't believe how far we've come, Yu Yan commented. Indeed. After Heavenly Tao blocked the path of Supreme, our generation despaired. Who knew we would raise the greatest emperor in the lower dimensions history and experience the most brilliant era in the next generation? If only mother and father were here to experience everything, Yu Yan sighed. Have they reincarnated yet? Not yet, but their destination has been set, Wang Wei replied. It's somewhere in the upper dimension. I can't tell for sure until I ascend. It's good that they have a destination, she nodded. What about my father? Wang Tian asked. Still nothing, but he should be fine, Wang Wei reassured him. The dinner soon ended, and Li Jun followed Wang Wei to see his concubine, Su Ai. Wang Wei took this opportunity to nourish his niece/nephew with his Grand Dao source and even added a blood nourishment for the child to ensure it turned into an absolute monster. Once that was done, he spent the next 500 years with his family, traveling to different places worldwide. However, their tourist tour soon turned into a food tour as Wang Wei hoped he could find food on par or close to his wife for his body cultivation since he had used all the reserves. Sadly, he only discovered one barely adequate dish. Finally, Wang Wei entered a short 10-year retreat before his ascension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1202 Ascension, Finale. Wang Wei, who was completely naked, opened his eyes from his chamber. His body had tattoos from his face to his toes. With a thought, the tattoos became alive and rushed into his head or sea of consciousness. All preparations are done, he muttered before dressing and standing up. He gazed at his cultivation room, knowing this would be the last time. Should I leave this room for the sect? As a place head used to cultivate since he proved the Tao, this place was precious due to his aura and Tao rhyme. Forget it. I already left them enough. He had already drastically increased the sect's foundation, including leaving a blood pool from his blood essence to nourish future body cultivators. They did not need any more. However, I should also leave a rule to prevent these future heavenly emperors from taking away the room. Additionally, this room will become even more valuable as more emperors use it. Once he's gone, he won't be able to control some of these people's greed. Wang Wei pointed at the room to leave his power. He also condensed a talisman that would allow the Tao opening sect to secretly use this room when no one is occupying the court. Let's also leave it in a written record, Wang Wei muttered. He already created the test to determine whether someone can inherit his position, and his trial is even more challenging than true heavenly Taos. He had set specific precedents for his successors, and now, he was adding the rules of leaving the room untouched. Wang Wei left his room and started walking through the court. A feeling of nostalgia hit quite hard all of a sudden. As he walked to the residence of the immortals and former emperors, he could not lament one of his few failures during his reign. Few people chose to live in the court despite his best efforts. After Su Shi moved in, the situation improved, but it never reached the level Wang Wei wished for. It seemed those people were determined not to sleep next to a tiger. Maybe mom and dad will have a higher success rate, he thought before gazing at old man Tianji in one of the court's rooms. He was now in a state of semi-consciousness that there were not as many emperors or gods to share the burden of world source. He also needed to keep himself from being eroded by heavenly Tao. With him as a sample, I can extrapolate much information about Supreme Unity's current state, Wang Wei thought before walking to the garden. This place was his favorite, and he took particular care of it by gathering the most beautiful flowers in the endless void and perfectly arranging them. Still as soothing as I remember, he commented. Wang Wei spent a few hours in the garden, knowing it would be his last. Finally, he teleported him to say goodbye. I'm worried about him, Wang Wei heard his mother saying. There is no need. Our son is someone blessed and loved by fate. Although he will suffer a little, he will be fine eventually. That's not my main concern. I fear Hell lose himself and his humanity without us tethering him. That is indeed concerning. However, Hell have our daughter-in-law and the ancestors to keep him grounded. You're probably right, but I can't help but overthink. Wang Wei smiled and waited a while before making his presence known. He hugged his family after entering, and his mother immediately started tearing up. I promised myself I wouldn't cry, but look at me. Like I said, the blink of an eye, Wang Wei stated. I know. After hugging for a while, they separated. However, Wang Wei detected a few people outside. Come in. Origin 1, Sword 1, and a few others entered the room. Wang Wuching said you might leave without saying goodbye, so we came here as soon as we sensed your presence. Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wuching was correct since he did not like partings. How can you leave without seeing us? This is probably the last time we'll ever see each other, Sword 1 complained. Because it will not be, Wang Wei answered. I'll come see you again with a projection after becoming a paragon. And if one day I can reach that level and have some freedom, I won't mind taking all of you with me to the upper dimension. Thank you, Sect Master. We will patiently wait for that day, Origin 1 stated before cupping his hands to salute. Everyone followed him, and Wang Wei nodded to receive it. Everyone swiftly left after saying a few words. It's time, Wang Wei said to his parents. Take care, honey. Son, I have no words or advice because I know whatever you do, you'll make me and our family proud. Wang Wei gave them one last hug before walking out of the mansion. He had to plan for a flashy ascension and planned for a normal and underwhelming one. However, some people had other plans. The sky suddenly changed, becoming purple. A golden chariot drawn by two Qilin rushed from the sky with a rainbow underneath its feet as a path. It landed before Wang Wei, who sighed internally. I guess I should be honored that true heavenly Tao is going to such lengths for my ascension. He then activated the heaven-deceiving array, which he engraved on his body to its full power before entering the chariot. The Qilin led him into the sky, and the vision spread to every corner of the lower dimension. Golden lotus bloom above every world, followed by projections of sages, wise men, immortals, and even emperors bowing to the sky. Heavenly or Tao music echoed between heaven and earth, soothing the mind of all sentient beings. Everyone received the news of Wang Wei's ascension. So, they all bowed and uttered, "Safe journey to the Supreme Emperor." These words echoed across space-time, all worlds, and dimensions connected to the endless void. Although many people were secretly happy that that monster had finally left, no one allowed their personal feelings to affect this moment. Everyone showed their respect, no matter how they might have felt. Our clan is truly blessed to give birth to such a being, Origin 1 muttered as he watched the chariot disappear. Not far from him, in a small but elegant pavilion, an elderly man opened a book and started writing. Heavenly Emperor Era, year 567,908, the Supreme Emperor ascended with a golden chariot that descended from heaven, bringing an end to possibly the greatest generation of this world and the lower dimensions history. A brief history of a few significant emperors of the Heavenly Emperor Era. In the second generation, the Supreme Emperor's father, Wang Tian, proved the Tao with absolute force and became the Absolute Cut Emperor. He ruled over the court with his wife, the Eternal Darkness Empress. Many people believed their reigns would be uneventful and unmemorable, that they would ride on their son's success. However, everything changed when the Sword Tao River and the Darkness World were created. The Absolute Cut Emperor gathered the sword intent, sword wills, and sword skills of all sword cultivators since the dawn of time and placed them in one place, the Sword Tao River. His actions boosted the strength and popularity of Sword Tao to an even higher peak while also making the ultimate sword path the orthodox way by replacing the extreme sword path. Meanwhile, everyone else benefited from the willpower and Tao heart tempering from the darkness world. The exciting thing about this creation was that it could absorb the darkness from somebody's mind and body, making them a better person, which would help them in their cultivation. These creations made the reign of these two widely successful, and future emperors followed in their footsteps. The third generation was a fierce competition between Suya and Di Jiaying, and Suya was the final winner, becoming the sole Desire Empress. Her legacy was controversial. She created the 6 Desire 7 Emotions Pillars, another tool to help cultivate the Tao heart by regulating emotions. This invention could be said to be even better than Shiner at dealing with the affairs of the heart. However, it did not only help regulate emotions but also lost in them. So, many lives, including emperors, lost themselves due to the lust pillar, which allowed them to experience the wildest sexual fantasies imaginable. The 4th emperor was Di Jiaying. She washed her karma from the rewards in the Heaven Chosen's list and fought in the next generation. Her reign was terrible by all historical accounts. She was a tyrant, so she did not share resources and took almost everything herself. Besides a few lineages that she respected or feared due to their predecessors, she screwed everybody. Even in her banquet, she forced people to attend and charged a fee. The exciting thing is that the D clan never stopped supporting her despite how many enemies she has made. There were many revolts in her reign, but she suppressed all of them. Many people asked the Tao opening sect to sanction or something, but since she did not touch their benefit, the sect remained neutral. The 5th generation only had a note in history because that person was the first non-true eternal emperor, and that reign was peaceful and uneventful. The 6th generation crowned the Heavenly Tree Emperor from the Heavenly Tree Village. His legacy was 3,800 world trees, all fused with a world community to ensure the spatial integrity of these worlds and the entire lower dimension. The 7th generation emperor originated from the Wu clan or the Origin Rune Palace. He was the first emperor and eternal of the totem path. His legacy was pushing totem marking as a new profession. The 10th generation emperor was the Nightmare Empress, Dong Lifan. Before proving the Tao, she single-handedly conquered a heaven will, socking the world. Although it was a newly ascended heaven will world, it was still a shock. Her legacy was the creation of 2 new species, the Dream and Nightmare race, with heavenly Tao's blessing. Additionally, she created the Nightmare world, which absorbed the evil and negativity of the lower dimension before fusing them with her own dream world. Her actions, inspired by the effect of the darkness world, essentially purified the lower dimension from evil, negativity, and yin energy. During her reign, people were the happiest and the most morally upright, and cultivation was truly enjoyable due to a clear mind. The 11th generation made history because they were the first emperors to fail the Supreme Emperor's trial and could not sit on that throne despite being a fairly powerful pseudo-eternal. The 12th generation saw the birth of the first emperor and eternal, not from a top lineage. The Iron First Emperor, whose identity was eventually revealed as one of the Supreme Emperor's generals, Tai Gang, proved the Tao and created the Iron Fist dynasty. His legacy was the vibration world, a dimension not ruled by laws but by countless strings in which each vibration corresponds to a Tao or some aspect of reality. The Iron Fist Emperor asked the world to help create some of these strings. Once it was created, some people felt cheated since he left the vibration world as a foundation for his dynasty. However, these voices were a minority since the Iron Fist Emperor did not hide the fact that this was a private creation he asked for help with. The Heavenly Emperor era was long and gave birth to countless brilliant talents, including the Ultimate Puppet Empress, the Spear Domination Emperor, the Time-Skipping Emperor, and the resurgence of the Crimson Blood Emperor and the Pill Sage Empress. And those were merely the brilliant ones from the Myriad Emperor world, which gave birth to the most unique emperors. However, a few other worlds also gave birth to emperors with great legacies. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1203 The Destined One's arrival. Emperor Kong, dressed in scholarly clothes, was preaching to 3 people, Lin Fan, Su Shi, and his son, Bai Hai. It was a privilege for these 3 to receive sermons from such a cultivator, except Su Shi, who had the fortune to receive one from a top-of-the-line Paragon. Then, Emperor Kong suddenly stopped and looked in the distance with a frown. "Father, is something wrong?" "He's here." "Who?" "The Destined One, the one who will end this terrible era." "You're talking about Wang Wei?" Lin Fan asked. "Most likely," Emperor Kong nodded. All information he's learned about Wang Wei showed that this particular destiny went to him, but he could not confirm this fact 100% until he met the latter. How do you know he's here? Bai Hai asked. I noticed a slight shift to the world's destiny, a sign that fate has started its machination. Then, what should we do? Bai Hai asked. Tell me what you think first. We can prepare to contact him secretly. Found out what he's planning and how to respond, Bai Hai suggested, and Emperor Kong nodded. Lin Fan? Our first priority should be the upcoming chaos. Many other factions should have noticed his arrival, and their response would have been of three possibilities: remain neutral, ally with him, or kill him, and the people wishing to kill him are not just the enemy but people with ambition who want to take the destiny from him. However, regardless of how these factions react, the current chaos and turmoil will drastically intensify, so we need to prepare to deal with that first. Emperor Kong nodded, not adding any comment. Su Shi. While they both make excellent points, they fail to see the crux of the problem. Our main priority is how to prevent Wang Wei from swallowing our foundation. Lin Fan was listening, but Bai Hai frowned. Aren't you exaggerating? This is not the lower dimension. The situation here is complex, and he cannot rely on his sect since they are sealed and are under constant watch. Tell me what's on your mind, and no need to mince your words, Emperor Kong encouraged. Yes, Academy Master, Su Shi nodded. Since Wang Wei ascended, it can only mean one thing: he succeeded in becoming an Empyrean in the lower dimension. Emperor Kong squinted. Su Shi had already told him this news, and he initially thought such a thing was impossible. However, after hearing all the advantages Wang Wei had and all the merits Su Shi arrived with, he had to believe it. He achieved the taboo battle realm in the lower dimension, meaning as an Empyrean, he's most likely already tenfold. Even if he's not, his strength is at least between 8 to 9-fold, meaning his combat power is already at the top of the current political climate, Su Shi continued. From what I know about his character and behavior, he will have three main goals during his time here. The first is to increase his strength, so he should plan on achieving tenfold, or even the taboo battle realm. The second will be on how to fulfill his destiny as smoothly as possible, and thirdly, how to benefit his faction in the process. Our main concern is the third goal. Su Shi paused, thinking how to word her thoughts. Wang Wei is a very charismatic individual, and it's to a horrifying level. In the lower dimension, he had to worry about the balance mechanism, so he could not expand the Tao opening sect without restraint. He does not have this limit here. He will create his power and make allies to fulfill his destiny. However, with his personality, he will swallow these allies and turn them into his own foundation. If we decide to work with him, our priority is retaining our sovereignty and not being swallowed, and believe me when I say this task will be harder than you expect. The room was quiet, leaving Emperor Kong to his thoughts. He took Su Shi's words seriously for two reasons. Firstly, she was friends with Wang Wei and knew him the best out of everyone present. Secondly, he understood how scary a Tao overlord was during a time of chaos and strife. Such periods of instability are the perfect ground for them to grow and wreak havoc. It seems like we must make early preparations, Emperor Kong uttered. Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong opened her eyes to look in the distance, lost in thought. Are you happy that your husband is here? Roared a distant voice. She shook her head and sealed the room before continuing her retreat. Heavenly Beauty Palace was an enormous palace floating on the clouds. A pair of phoenix eyes suddenly opened, and walked out of the room to gaze over the balcony. So, you're finally here? I wonder what kind of person you are. Maybe we'll meet at my celebration, she muttered before sending news that her celebration would be in advance. The exact date is 500,000 years from today. Tao Opening Sect. A young disciple was dozing off in a large dimension full of statues when he suddenly felt something. He woke up to gaze at the podium before him. The podium was divided into 4 layers. The lowest layer contained the most statues, and the top contained only 4. The disciple looked at the second layer as a new golden statue rapidly formed. Gold in the second layer? An everlasting Empyrean? Who in the sect made a breakthrough? As he was about to report this change, the disciple felt dizzy and passed out. An elderly man appeared in this dimension and looked at the statue. He's finally here, he muttered before pointing at the statue and making it disappear. He then gazed at the disciple and, with one thought, erased his memory. Wang Wei's arrival was felt by the entire world, causing a small commotion that would soon snowball into an avalanche. Meanwhile, he had just arrived at an unknown location and finished witnessing his chariot disappearing. No attack, so that's good news, Wang Wei muttered as he looked around him. He was on high alert during the entire ordeal. He looked at the sky, and his lips twitched. The world's destiny has shifted, meaning everyone with decent cultivation knows him here. Well, no, the destined one is here. He looked around and scanned his surroundings. Am I on a planet? No, this entire area is a starry sky universe. Alright, let's adapt to this place first. He took one step to teleport to a sun a few trillion light-years away and created a cultivation cave. This place's space is so strong. More importantly, it felt alive as it was constantly fighting against my teleportation, Wang Wei commented. More importantly, the effect of my time acceleration array has drastically decreased compared to the lower dimension. He sighed before entering a deep state of cultivation and immediately felt a difference. The energy called Dao Qi in the environment is an excellent boost for comprehension. Does it exist to balance the lower effect of time acceleration? Honestly, I would rather have my formation. The adapting process was extremely short, so short that Wang Wei did not need a formation. He spent 3 months adapting, and 3 minutes passed outside. The good news is my cultivation is now 78%. This should be the benefit of first-time ascendees. It's a shame my body is too powerful, and there were no effects, not that I could use it if there were. Wang Wei was now in the third heaven of the adult fiend god realm, and once he reached the fourth, he needed to pass this realm's tribulation. Right now, he was not prepared for that. Wang Wei stood up and was about to leave when he stopped himself and frowned. A terrifying divine sense was scanning the area. No, not the area, the entire world, Wang Wei thought as he observed. The divine sense passed through him as if he had never existed, and Wang Wei was not surprised. He was a fateless, meaning it was extremely hard to deduce or divine any information about him. Additionally, he had the protection of the heaven-deceiving array, the effect of his spirit flower ability, and his 10-fold battle realm indicated he was very close to the Paragon realm in power, the protection of his golden body of merit, and the protection of fate or destiny. This divine sense is not someone who's in the lower tier of the Paragon realm, so it's most likely the world of the Time Eater, Wang Wei analyzed. Did he come back, only use his divine sense from the outside, or was this some kind of mechanism he already left in place? Wang Wei did not have an answer, but he did know that there was not much time for him. The good news is neither Maitreya nor Supreme Unity suddenly appeared out of nowhere and obliterated me, he thought. However, what is this odd feeling? Wang Wei closed his eyes as he felt a deep connection somewhere far away. At first, he thought it was his connection to his wife, but upon focusing, he realized the connection seemed out of reach. Is that my connection to Earth? He was right as he now sensed a deep connection to somewhere in primordial chaos, which could only be the prehistoric world. It seems I was too weak before, the isolation of the lower dimension should have also helped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.